Hello, good morning. Welcome along to day 2 here at the Modus Super Series, a day where there's an expectation things are about to boil up at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Combined in this group, there's 9 weekly titles between the 6 players. Yesterday saw the standard get better as the session went along. Double 14. Oh, he's miscounted. I think he thought it was in the single 4. He thought it was in the single 4. And by virtue, he has bust the score.
Finds it. Bullseye for a level game.
Green shot of the second leg. Scott Taylor.
Big finish there for Scott Taylor.
Too good for the field. And it's going to end the day top of the pile. He could get the fish. Bullseye. Reel it in, Raman! Reel it in! Yeah, it was the first day which most certainly looked as if it was getting better as it went along, and having a chat with the players in the practice room, day 2 looks as if things are going to improve. We're going to be watching all the action once again in the company of Matthew Edgar. As the session went along yesterday, the standard improved, but you just get the sense speaking to the players backstage that today could be a big day for 1 or 2.
They all knew this started slow, and I did allude to this on commentary yesterday, and I said maybe there was a little bit too much respect amongst the players, and I feel like maybe they felt the same, certainly in their evaluation on today, that yesterday it was almost like they looked around the room when they got there and thought, this is a tough group, and it was almost a little bit timid. As the day went on, they all came out of their shell, and I think we'll hit the ground running today, and I think we're going to get today the group we thought we was going to get all day yesterday.
Was there almost too much respect on that stage at times?
Absolutely. It's so easy to do as well. So easy to look at somebody else and think you're this, you've achieved these different things within the game, and then you start expecting they're going to hit this, I need to do this, and you sort of over-pressurise the situation, and realistically you just need to concentrate on your own game, and that's what kind of happened with those players that have had success on that stage. They started just getting in that mode of going, it's just another week. I've done this before, I've won this before, I've beat good players before, I can do it again.
Well, it's Jim McEwen and Scott Taylor that are tied at the top of the table, 8 points each to their respective names. Let's begin with Scott. He lost that first game against Jim by 4-0. You'd like to be a fly on the wall after that particular fixture. But after that, he regrouped and rallied very well towards the finishing line.
I think Scott was very disappointing in the way he started yesterday. He didn't have that. We spent it before about when he was playing well here and when he went on to win the series and how he sort of had that aggression within his game. We didn't see that early on. It was almost the shoulders were slumped and he was sort of moping around the stage a little bit. As the day went on, he started getting that snarl, which we talk about, started getting the aggression in the game, and that's when he started to play his absolute best once again. I know he's a very popular figure here at the Super Series. A lot of people really look forward to him playing here, and he started to produce, he started to bring that level out, and then started to show the backers exactly why they're excited to see Scott Taylor.
Jim McEwen, 2 4-0 victories to start and end the day yesterday. And actually, he was saying before the session started that he hasn't played much, and actually, a bit like Scott, grew into the session as it went on. Looked as if he was getting more match sharp.
Oh, McEwen in the middle part of the day. And the thing is, I mentioned this yesterday on commentary as well, and I think it's such a good point, that when we look at a player like Jim McEwen, who doesn't play with a lot of pace, it's easy to ignore how good he is playing. He was sort of mid-90 averages for a lot of the day. It's really getting me.
By the way, in case you don't know, there's a fly in the studio which just keeps swatting Matt.
It's literally, it's always me, isn't it? It's always me.
It's because you opened your wallet, that's why.
Mid-90 averages, Jim McEwen. And he does that in a way that sort of, it doesn't look like he's playing brilliant, and it's easy to ignore when, if Scott Taylor was doing that, with the pace he plays and sort of the flair in which he plays, you'd go, wow, Scott Taylor's playing amazing, but I think sometimes McEwen can play really well and it goes understated, and that may be the case yesterday. He was the best average player out of all the players across the day, which also shows consistency with the brilliance.
Well recovered, no one saw a thing. Right, let's have a look at the table then going into the second day's play. McEwen and Taylor on 8 points respectively. But we have to talk about Verbrugghe, the Belgian player, 6 points to his name, and played some really good stuff, some good averages, some good finishing, put himself in a real good position.
I think there's only one word I can use to describe him: improved. He's improved so much since last time we saw him. Last time we saw him, he was decent. This time we're seeing him, I'd say he's good. can he do it again? That's the question. Was that improvement now where he is, or was that he had a good day? And I'll be really excited to watch his games to see how they unfold.
Well, let's have a look at the odds, see what the bookmakers think about today's action. They stick with Scott Taylor as the group favourite. What would be your overall assessment of those odds?
Again, I feel it's a little bit tight in regards to Scott Taylor. I think odds are on, at this point. I'm not so sure. Jim McEwen 5-2 probably represents the value. Neil Duff not really got going yet. We know what he can do here, but he's got a few points to find. 7-1 at the moment doesn't look too appealing, but by the end of the day, who knows? I mean, I don't like odds on in this group. That's my overall assessment.
I actually spoke to Neil this morning before coming into the venue, and he said today is going to be a different day. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, let's get into our first game of the session. It's going to see Jim McEwen in action up against the Belgian Timothy Verbrugghe. Now, as far as yesterday was concerned, Jim won his first game and his last game by 4 legs. Now, as far as Timothy was concerned, there's a lot of positive signs. And if he wins his first game, it'll be joint level on 8 with McEwen at the top of the pile. But Chucky's been chucking some good stuff, and he's been talking some good stuff with me earlier on. Jim, good first day in terms of results. 4 wins from 5. How would you assess it overall?
Cagey at the start. I think we're all the same. Feel our way into it on a Monday morning. But by the end of the day, I'm really happy. Really chuffed with 4 out of 5.
We were talking yesterday and you mentioned the fact that going into this you hadn't played too much. Did you feel like you were growing as the day went along?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Felt a bit nervous to start with, which is not like me. As I say, all the boys were a bit kind of edgy to start with, but we all grew into it.
But going into day 2, the fact that everybody's put in a very good performance, do you feel like that's going to be a much more relaxed, settled group? And as a consequence, everybody's probably going to raise their game?
I think so, yeah. I think I'll just get stronger as the week goes on, all the boys, yeah.
And in terms of yourself, looking at today, what's going to be the kind of points target to get yourself into position going into tomorrow?
I'll be happy with 3 out of 5 again. The first target is trying to make Group B. Mm-hmm. So we'll try and win the group, but Group B is the target.
Well, Jim, we wish you all the very best. Good luck.
Thanks again.
McEwen is in action in the first game of the session. He takes on Timothy Verbrugghe, the Belgian player, the Belgian star, who picked up 3 wins from 5 on his opening day's play. As far as McEwen is concerned, well, he grew into the session as it went along, but, well, he was one of the players of yesterday. The 32-year-old from Menen in Belgium made the last 16 of the Antwerp Open back in 2023. Up against McEwen, who won the Super Series in 2023. The 57-year-old from Naboll in Scotland. Threw some good stuff yesterday. Numerically the best player. And at the top of the table as well. The numbers were backed up by results. And interesting that he went in 5-2 second favourite. The bookie still backing Scott Taylor as the 4-5 odds-on favourite to go on and win this Group A come the end of the action tomorrow. And we're going to be watching all of the action in the company of our referee, Paul Hinks. And up here in the commentary box in the company of Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, really buzzing for today. I think we're going to... Got a lot of questions going into today, and we're going to get the answers very soon. And one of the questions we posed not too long ago was, is that level of improvement from Timothy that we've seen from stage 1 to his return back here at the Super Series, is that sustained? And what a way to start and answer some of those questions.
Well, I think the most important question that people want to know is, have you swatted that fly?
No, it's still in the studio, though, just buzzing around.
100.
I can't tell you enough how off-putting that is, particularly when you've got to look at a camera and you can't look away from a camera and a fly just keeps going past you.
And it just kept going round my head all the time. I thought I was wearing some form of crown.
140.
Well, who is going to take the crown in this group? That's the big question on everybody's lips. Interestingly, despite the day he had yesterday, still 7-1 the odds you can get on Timothy to win this group. And remember, if he wins his first fixture, he moves level on points with McEwen and Taylor at the top of the table.
How do you feel about what Jim McEwen was saying to you? Because
60.
I just felt
Timothy
it was a little bit
138.
negative in the fact of him going, oh, I want to get that Group B first. But hang on, he's on the Humphreys here. Verbrugghe. What a start to the day. We asked the question, was that sustained? Well, it may get
Second
even
leg, Jim to
better.
throw first. Game
A
on.
12 dart leg, a 138 finish, and once again, zero change in expression or posture. I think that's one of the things really with Timothy that stands out quite well.
80.
He's steely-eyed, he's stony-faced, and for the second time this week, Jim McEwen has a Robin Hood.
I think it was my top tip, wasn't it, yesterday?
81.
Timothy Verbrugghe under 2.5 facial expressions. It might be that for the entire day.
And as a player, Matt, he must be so hard to break down because no matter what the situation, no matter what the scenario, he doesn't give out an ounce
45.
of expression, which means he's hard to read and hard to get a gauge of. They must be the tough ones to play.
Yeah, there's only one way you're going to beat Timothy, and that's by
121.
playing better darts. There are certain players, and I won't go into naming them all, or certain scenarios where you know you can beat somebody or you know you can win a game
135.
away from the hockey. Whereas with Timothy, there's only one way to beat him, and you've got to score higher and finish quicker.
78.
And you can make the same argument about Jim. Tenacious player is Mr. McEwen.
We do get some reactions from Jim. He is one of those players,
62.
as we see there, of a wink to the face, like to call out their own name at times as well. Certainly when things aren't going well, you'll get a, "Oh,
60.
Jim."
It's a case of oh Tim because he has been the superior player so far. I know it's still early stage of this contest, but averaging around about the 105 mark.
99. Timothy Duff.
Forcing Jim into good stuff. Could be a second ton plus out in succession. Triple 17. Bullseye. Oh, this is beautiful for Timothy. A stupendous start. 2 ton plus checkouts. And he is suffocating the Scot here. McEwen 2 down due to Timothy's brilliance.
Let's not undersell how good these ton plus checkouts are, because it's easy to say he's had 2 ton plus checkouts and it might be a 102 and a 101, which are good checkouts, but they only require the 1 treble. The 2 checkouts that Timothy has had, 138 requires 2 trebles and a double, and the 161 requires 2 trebles and the ball.
97.
These are shots that you'd expect to see maybe twice in a day, not twice in the opening 2 legs.
85.
It's fair to say we weren't really talking about Timothy going into today's action. Well, we've all been out.
Well, we were actually having a little chat with him last night. I sat down with Paul Hinks yesterday. We had a little chat at the end of play, and Paul says, "Wow, that Timothy's improved, hasn't he, since last time?" And this is one of the exciting things that we see a lot of the time at the Super Series. A player come in, they have a week here,
60.
they go away, they develop, they take away what they've experienced here at the Super Series, and they come back and are even better. We've seen it so many times, and I think Timothy's just going to add his name to that list, but he's done it again. That is the 4th time McEwen has put a dart in the back of the equipment, whether it's the flight, the ring, or the stem.
Almost the price you pay for
60.
being too accurate. However, for once in this game, McEwen has a little bit of breathing space. He does have 6 and 195 to get the break back and return the game to throw at 2-1.
I'm now going to put this beyond fortune. I'm going to blame Jim for this now.
133.
Because what he's done is he's not changed that stem, which means the prongs are wider, which means the likelihood of getting a dart in the back of that stem again has increased. He should be
83.
changing the equipment.
Jim
Instead, he's
62.
persevering, which is something he did yesterday as well. So maybe part of his own downfall here. Double 14. Well, the
Game's
finish
on
in
the
this
third
game
leg.
is
Jim
superb,
McEwen.
isn't it? All combination finishes.
4th leg, Jimmy to throw
Not a single
first.
dart
Game
missed
on.
at a double. Let's hope that is a recipe of the day.
Well, McEwen statistically yesterday was the best player on the outer ring. 18 hits from 46 attempts. That equates to a
93.
39% checkout ratio. Also had the highest overall daily averaging around about 89.5 for the day. As far as Timothy is concerned, average just under 83
100.
for the day. 14 hits from 46 attempts at a double, 30% on the outer ring. Actually, in terms of 180 hitting, Timothy hit more than anybody else on day one, having 7 180s to his name.
121.
Well, this is just a great start to the day, isn't it? Timothy 99,
60.
Jim just shy of 96. The averages in the early goings of this match. No early morning blues for the pair. Really both coming out swinging. I suppose this is
60.
the part of the group, though, where you need to get the points on the board, because this is the part of the group where it shapes. Over the next sort of 2 to 3 fixtures, the group will shape, and then we
100.
sort of know who's still in the running for winning this group, topping the group, getting that sizable prize money difference on the rest of the group, and guaranteeing a place here on Saturday night.
100.
Well, McEwen's done well here to get himself back in the game. It could have been so easy to have been left in a haze following the
57.
Verbrugghe haymakers.
127.
A little bit of a smile from Hinksey as he kills out his own shot. Well, this would be the third ton plus checkout in 4 legs. Went for treble 9 to leave himself on tops.
73.
And then was looking for the single 18 to leave himself on his on that particular target, and then misses the big number.
Sensible play there for McEwen, who loves
140.
tops, to
Jimmy
stay
Carr,
away
54.
from using the 17 and bull route. First dart, a double missed in this game, but
Getting shot on the fourth
functionality
leg, Jim McEwen.
continues to be 100%. No second chances, no
Fifth leg, Timothy
opportunities
to throw
presented
first.
to the
Game on.
opponent. And after 4 legs, we're back to where you'd imagine we would be with all holds a throw.
And this was something you've been mentioning a fair bit when you commentate here, is sometimes the
59.
double stats could be a little bit misconstrued in the fact that, look at Bo Greaves, for example. Maybe you look at some of the doubles numbers and you'd say, okay, but actually when you break it down in the fact that she'd always get the leg 1 in a visit when she had darts at a double,
97.
that's what ultimately matters, even if there's 1 or 2 misses in there.
Yeah, if you go to the board for 32 and you get it last start in hand, it's a 33%
60.
checkout rate, but your opponents had no extra opportunity of coming back to the board. So as far as I look at it, functionality, it's 100%. You had a visit to the board, you took it out.
41.
It's a bit like in Tipping Point when you're looking for the jackpot count. It doesn't matter whether you have 3 counters at it or 1 counter at it. As long as
60.
you get it over the line and you get the £10,000 jackpot, nobody cares.
I'm really baffled that you've managed to use an analogy of tipping point here.
83.
Only Henry Deacon.
I take it you're not a fan.
No,
100.
it's not my way of spending an afternoon.
Enjoy the chase more then, I take it.
No.
60.
Once applied to go on one of those quiz shows. Never quite materialised, as you can probably tell.
100.
Verbrugghe first to a finish. But McEwen after that first start will be hoping to be on a better one.
100.
He'd have been
Timothy
expecting to leave himself on a 2-darter. He'll have a chance should Timothy Verbrugghe not continue with these tumblers checkouts. He's getting a dart at the ball. Oh, he's done it again.
Timothy Verbrugghe.
He's done it again. This is incredible. 138, 161, 122.
in the history of this project, which spans 4 years, only one player's won all 4 legs with ton plus checkouts. That was back when we held our curtain closing event in Southampton.
100.
Graham Usher did that, and he did it with a 9 darter. It's never been done here. This is absolutely
60.
stupendous from Timothy. And actually, the scoreline in that game was 4-2. If I remember rightly, Graham Usher was 2-0 down in that match, averaging mid-70s. Took a 1-6-1 out, hit a 9 darter, then hit a couple of other ton plus outs, and then finished with an average in excess of 105.
Did I not do it in Southampton?
4 ton plus checkouts in a
Yeah.
match. I think he may have had 3
100.
once. The only reason I know is I was in comms when it happened.
Was it Gary Stone? Against Gary Stone?
The only
81.
reason I remember is I was in commentary for it, and I remember the producer at the time sending me a text after 3 of them with
96.
capital letters saying, "This has never been done before, 4 in a row."
140.
If that's something we're going to see, we want Timothy here to hit a 145 ideally. Want to give
Oh,
him the
Tom.
best opportunity.
100.
By the way, he's been finishing. You
Jimmy
wouldn't put
Carr,
anything past him,
100.
would you?
Well, this would be the 4th ton plus checker of the match if McEwen can pin this ton. Tops is what he's going to go for. Not going to go. Well, this is for a little bit of
60.
history.
Timothy Carr, 145.
No player has won a game by hitting a ton plus checkout in every single leg. And if that's to happen,
59.
McEwen's going to have to
Timothy
pin this
Carr,
tops.
40.
You'd fancy Jim here because this is his favourite, especially with a marker like that. That is just beautiful to even more beautiful. Surely.
No score. Timothy Carr,
I think I'm just
86.
as stunned as Jim McEwen is.
well, Timothy won't care about records. He'll only care about the win. 18 and ball, Triple E's double 7. Didn't even entertain that prospect. Bullseye!
61. Jimmy Carr, 40.
And so McEwen wants tops to take us all the way. Now he's beginning to miss a number of opportunities, is Chucky. And he may have
30.
chucked his last dart of this
Timothy Carr,
contest.
25.
Well, this has been a really good performance from Timothy. And if he can find double 8, he'll move on to 8 points. Level with McEwen,
Game
level
shot
with
in the
Taylor at
match.
the top of
Timothy
the
Verbrugghe.
table. And Timothy Verbrugghe gets the better with Jim McEwen by 4 legs to 2. And so as far as Timothy's concerned, he moves level on points with the top 2 of the table, courtesy of 3 ton plus checkouts. It was a finishing masterclass from the Belgian as he deposes of the former champion Jim McEwen by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Neil Duff and Scott Taylor go toe to toe.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Well,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He was nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game Shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
Leads the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw a finishing masterclass from the Belgian Timothy Verbrugghe getting the better of Jim McEwen by 4 legs to 2. 3 Tub Plus checkouts in there, a 138, a 122 and a 161 to get the better of Chucky by 4 legs to 2. Move him on to 8 points alongside Scott Taylor and McEwen. Neil Duff in action now. The 51-year-old from Northern Ireland, former WDF World Champion, has promised a big day here today, up against Scott Taylor, the 32-year-old from Bolton, Super Series 6 champion, and still the bookmakers' favourite to win this group. He was quoted at the beginning of the day at 4-5 for the odds good parlour to go on and win the group come the end of play tomorrow. But if he's going to do that, he's going to need another day similar to yesterday, although he won't want a similar start to yesterday, where he just about straggled an average in the 70s in a 4-0 drubbing to Jim McEwen. But I feel like there's an expectation, and the chat in and amongst the practice room this morning anyway, being the fact that there's going to be an improvement. There's already a change for Neil Duff. The equipment has been given a bit of a change from Monday to Tuesday, and this is his own set, which he's been working with his manufacturer with. You may remember for a long time he's been throwing with a Joe Cullen type dart, but he's actually been working with his manufacturer, same as that of Joe, to find the perfect dart for him.
100.
And he'd be hoping, as a result, he can find a perfect Tuesday.
Very nice on the eye, aren't they? They're a very nice looking dart.
140.
That barrel with the gold. Something we don't see too often on the darts market, so certainly standing out. I'll be hoping where they land is the thing that we're talking about the most. Still got plenty of opportunity to get himself into the mix at the top of the table, especially with Jim McEwen losing the opening game. If Neil Duff is to win this, the two players that was top of the table going into today could both taste defeats.
45.
2 players for whom they've made the Live Lounge their home. Of course, we've spoken about the record of Scott Taylor in this building, but Neil Duff,
59.
3 weekly wins plus a specials week win. He won the double start tournament, which we had here back in February.
140.
You can make an argument that he's making winning more of a habit now than he did a couple of years ago when he picked up that Lakeside title.
140. Neil Lucar 56.
He's hoping to make winning a familiar habit today, and he's looking to get off to a good start here. Tops for 1-0 lead.
Getting shot on the first
When that
leg,
first dart pitches up like that, the way Neil can use it as a marker, you are stunned if dart 2 doesn't find the bed.
Game on.
To get his key to remember, Scott
29.
Taylor yesterday, that opening game was just really slow for him, wasn't it? The back end of the day or the middle part of the day was where we saw the very best of him. One of 2 players to hit 100 average yesterday. He did hit the biggest one of them all, the 101.15
59.
for Scott Taylor. But that significantly better than what we saw from him in game 1, where he averaged just 70. Missing 9 darts at a double.
140.
I had a little bit of a chat with Scott as we left the building
140.
yesterday, and say that he was a bit disgusted with the way that he played is probably putting it down as a
100.
little bit of an understatement. He knows that he has got so many more gears to go. But he's an experienced campaigner in
55.
terms of this particular tournament, and he was happy to consign day one to the dustbin as long as he can have a good day today. The fact he picked 4 wins from 5 up despite not playing at his best speaks volumes about the quality
91.
that he does possess. I mean, there could be in a spot of bother here if I could
100.
have found another treble
Scott
there.
car 141.
And down to go up on the 141.
87.
And eventually he'll leave himself
car
on a single to double
147.
if Duff cannot take out the 147 break. And on a morning litter with Tub Plus
60.
checkouts, you wouldn't be
Scott car
surprised if it went.
54.
Double 10, he was disgusted with dart
24.
2, and he was
car,
disgusted with
87.
dart 3, Scott Taylor.
Duff got an opportunity to break the throw here. Maybe a dart at the bullseye, a target we've seen hit so many times already this
46.
morning.
Scott car 10.
Neil Duff not adding himself to that roll of honour. Taylor, 2 5s.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Scott
will
Taylor.
not repeat the feat of yesterday where he was unable to land a leg in the opening game.
Third leg Neil to throw first.
It's
Game
not
on.
quite the levels we saw in the mid part of the day yesterday yet for Scott Taylor, and maybe we're seeing that Scott Taylor's not too much of a
60.
morning person.
Well, I could totally vouch for that.
$96. $60.
Brian Raman
140.
and Paul Lewis still to come to complete the first lap of fixtures. And you feel like after the end of cycle 3,
140.
we'll probably be talking quite a lot about the table, because I feel like it's going to bunch up quite a bit over the morning's action.
95.
Neil Duff virtually made it his personal promise that the group would bunch up, because he has a sense that today's going to be a good day for him, and when
90. Scott
Neil speaks highly of his
170.
hopes, very rarely is he wrong. Well, Brian Raman's already taken out the fish this week. Scott Taylor isn't going to follow suit.
60. Neil the car 151.
Duff looking for the 151. Treble 17. Would have given him a dart at tops. And so Taylor back for the break.
190.
He's going to have to take the 110 out.
Scott the car 110.
He may take it out. Tops.
Game shot on the
Superb.
third leg. Scott Taylor.
Superb from Scott Taylor. The 110 added to the huge catalogue of Tub Plus
Fourth leg
finishes
Scott
we've
to
seen
third
on this
first.
Tuesday morning. And crucially
Game
as
on.
well, that's a break as Duff left himself on a double to move 2-1 up himself.
$78.
That was the picture of frustration, wasn't it? The look at the face of Neil Duff. I was just seeing this one just slowly slip away from him.
135.
It's now in the hands of Scott Taylor after he got that
41.
breaker throw, but not driving home the advantage here in the early goings.
Maybe not up to speed, but his
95.
timing's been on point.
$100. $99. $59.
It's where it gets frustrating. when you're up there on that stage at times, when you do the hard work, you take out the big finish, you break the throw, and then you feel like you're almost giving it straight back. Brilliant recovery here from Neil Duff.
132.
Just took a little bit of time there. Used it wisely. Tops after 12 to get his throw back.
96.
And this time,
Neil
no
Carr,
opposition
40.
as Duff laid himself up on a double. However, Taylor's left himself on another ton plus out. If Duff cannot find the
Game shown
double
the
10,
fourth
but he's
leg,
up to
Neil
the
Duff.
task. 14 darter, 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Incrementally, this game's getting better. Duff's average now just underneath the 90 mark.
100. $60.
Not just this is a big game for Scott, he can move himself onto 10 points and go out white leader, but he could also just keep Neil Duff at bay. If he wins this one, he moves on to 6 points.
180.
He then plays Brian Raman in his next match.
140.
And Neil's one of those players that if he wins that first game, he really can build some momentum going through the day.
60. $44. Neil Ducar, 161.
With a bit of time on the side here for Neil Duff for the first time in this game. Again, wavered into the treble 5 and looks like he's going to recover the situation again.
93.
Piling
180.
maximum
Neil
pressure
Ducar,
on.
68.
Did that 180 force the error, Neil Duff?
Game
No
shown
is
on
the
fifth leg,
answer.
Neil Duff.
The 14's followed by a 15. Duff on 2-1 down, finds himself 3-2 to
Six
the
leg
good.
stop to throw
And
first.
suddenly
Game
Scott
on.
Taylor, in the blink of an eye, is throwing to stay in the contest.
Here's a game, isn't it, that's sort of gone
140.
backwards and forwards. You think you know the winner. You think someone's going to edge ahead. And it just all levels back out
140.
again.
Neil's really going through the gears here. Midway through this match, you could say that he
40.
was getting a figure of frustration, but has really dug in to grind this win out if he is to be the victor.
43.
We do try and respond to your questions, queries and comments where possible.
100.
And there is one available at the moment in the chat directed at myself, asking when I'm going to be returning to the Super Series as a playing capacity.
100.
I can tell you that will be the next series.
I can also tell you that Darius Labanauskas will be booked for the same week.
100.
He best not be. So yeah, next series. I won't be in this series, but
125.
most likely
Scott Ducar,
September.
121.
1-2-1 for Scott Taylor. Won't go. So Neil Duff gets that chance to approach the
43.
Yoki to get the
Neil
job
Ducar,
done.
93.
And to have the players at the top of the table going into today, both tasting defeat. But that is going to have to be paused
53.
for the
Scott Ducar,
time being.
78.
Not for the first time. Taylor's looking to nab a leg as Neil's left on a double. Tops is what Scott wants, but
58.
not what he gets. And now Duff's going to get the
Ducar, 40.
opportunity to win the match on the double that Scott's just missed. Double 10. 2 5s, big dart, big moment,
Game shown
big
in
hit,
reverse, Neil Duff.
and a big win for Neil Duff. He gets the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2, moves him on to 6 points. And it really does congeal the top of the table. The top 4 now separated by just 2 points. Ahead of Brian Raman's meeting with Paul Lewis in a second. That's how the game panned out from a statistical viewpoint. From 2-1 down, Neil Duff reeled off 3 on the spin. That was despite the 110 checkout. from Scott Taylor, which looked like it left Duff reeling, but it is the Northern Irishman who wins 4-2. Raman and Lewis is up next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Yeah, match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Neil Duff kick-started his day with a victory against Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under 90, 4 from 9 on his double. Scott Taylor was 2-1 up in the contest before the Duff man reeled off 3 on the spin to pick up the win in that particular encounter. Next up, Brian Raman, who's looking to really get his form together. He would have been disappointed with his first day's outing here at the Live Lounge reporter, the 27-year-old, up against Paul Lewis, the hitman, 41 years of age, from Mansfield. It's his debut week here at the Super Series, but he's used to performing on the stages as part of his Oasis tribute band, 2 Aces. And he's hoping to be putting some aces up the sleeve on day 2 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, he won't be looking back in anger upon
First
day
leg, Brian to
1.
throw first. Game on.
However, he did win this game yesterday by 4 legs to 1. Some might say history could repeat itself.
128.
We've actually been watching a bit of 2 Aces up here as well, haven't we? He's
48.
appeared on various channels. He was actually singing at the football, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was on Sky Sports before the League 2
128.
playoff semi-final between Mansfield Town and Northampton Town 2 years ago, where he was singing an Oasis track on the TV, a 2 Aces track
24.
on the TV. So it might be his televised debut in terms of a darting sense, but it's not his televised debut altogether.
22.
On a sports channel. Got to be
60.
said though, from the clips we've seen, incredible on the guitar, wasn't he?
Oh, very good. And he's hoping to
85.
string together some good performances here, but it's Raman who is first to finish in this first leg.
58. Brown car 138.
We've already seen this finish once today. It was the different way of doing it. It was the Luke Humphreys way with the 19 option.
88.
That was done in game 1 by Timothy Verbrugghe. In fact, it was leg 1 of the day.
Didn't some bloke win a world championship on it once?
96.
Yeah,
Brown car
Luke
50.
Humphreys won the Grand Prix.
Double 16. 1-0
Eight on the
Raman.
first leg, Brown Raman.
Already a better start here for Brian Raman than we saw
First. Game on.
yesterday. I mean, he did start slow, didn't he? 67 average in game number 1, then a 78. But one
60.
thing you can say already about Brian Raman is the level of focus and determination you can see on him is so much better. You saw there, just stood at the back of the stage, head down, approached the hockey, not looking around the room, not being distracted. It's all about the darts, and look at that head down, darts.
40.
Staring down the board. Putting the foot on top of the hockey just to keep the movement going so you're not stood around waiting.
121.
Everything's so much more positive about Brian Raman today.
Also, when you're in the space that Brian's in and
96.
he's just had surgery and things like that, do you get to a point where you think, right, I have got to snap myself out of this and find a way of doing so?
98.
Well, he's doing the right things. He's not hiding away from things. He's getting himself out there. He's playing not just here, but ADC, WDF,
57. Brown car
challenge tours.
102.
He's putting himself out there, and that is the best thing you can do in these situations. You
70.
never know when the best is going to start coming out again, but you've got to be there to be able to do it.
Well, Mr. Dart at double 16 there. On the back of the 102 for 12
96.
darter.
Brown car 32.
Average ticking just over a ton right now. And
Gains
2-0
on
to the
the
good.
second
He
leg.
gets the
Brown
break of
Raman.
throw. Raman 2, Lewis 0.
Third leg, Brown to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is more like the Brian Raman that made the mockery of people at the lakeside a couple of years ago. Well, without insisting it was going to hit a maximum, we decided to give him the grace of dart 2.
$100.
Now you can zoom in. No, you don't.
125.
That first dart going so well here for Raman. Regularly finding the red.
61.
He's just completely outscoring his opponent here. Difference of 34 points in the averages. You feel if this
100.
one continues, it may be over very quickly.
Paul Lewis finds himself caught beneath the
140.
landslide.
Brown car 136.
And this game could be over in a leg or two's time. He needs something
88.
special to change, put it that way. Raman leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12. A single to double combo after 12.
100. Brown car 48.
This is a performance from Brian Raman we've been waiting to see for a long time.
Shot on the third
14
leg,
darter
Raman.
makes it 3-0.
Fourth leg, Paul to throw first.
Rock solid at the moment from Raman. So much so that his running average at the moment is the best we have seen of any player so far this week. The best average, 101.15, hit by
15.
Scott Taylor. Can Raman get this job over the line?
55.
In these situations, when you put a performance like this, you're also proving it to yourself as opposed
40.
to others as well.
Both. And both are as equally important. Because you need to believe in it yourself. You need to go into rooms
59.
as many a times. You go into a room and you look around and the only person who ever believes you can win in that room is yourself.
57.
When that goes, that's when you're in trouble. And that could be any room. could be a Pro Tour, a World Championship, doesn't matter what it is, as long as you believe that's all that matters. And
96.
does Brian Raman walk into that room at the moment and believe that he can get through at the top position? I'm not so sure right now. But
60.
maybe after this performance, he'll start to get that belief back in himself. Because that's the first person he needs to convince.
97.
Sometimes belief can be misconstrued for cockiness, but I actually think with Brian, he backs his own ability, backs his own talent, but he's shown enough in his career to back that ability up. And I don't think he's ever lost that kind of confidence. But goodness me, is this going to
56.
really stir him on if he can get over the line with a good performance here?
'96. Brown Ricard 138.
Well, it'll be the second 138 finish from a Belgian today if he takes this out, and it would be to win the match. He's not going to take it out.
55.
Now, Paul Lewis has
Paul
a
Ricard,
chance,
93.
might be the only chance to get a leg on the board.
It's not going to go, so Raman, to get the job done.
31. Brown Ricard
in
83.
super quick, convincing style.
He raced out the blocks. He moved into a 3-0 lead in next to no time at all. And double 11 is going to
Game
seal
shot
the
of the
win
match,
for Brian
Raman.
Raman. A real good performance from the Belgian out the gate. 4-0 victory, an average of 92.5 in the end. 4 from 6 on the doubles. And straight back down the tunnel. Straight back into the practice room. It's business-like from Brian Raman. He has put out a bit of a statement there by beating Paul Lewis by 4-0. That ends round 1. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Scott Taylor up against Timothy Verbrugghe. The victor will move on to 10 points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where so far on this Tuesday morning we've seen a win for Timothy Verbrugghe, a win for Neil Duff, and a win for Brian Raman. This is how the table looks as a consequence on it, and as you can see, Three players at the top of the table with 8 points apiece. Neil Duff just in behind on 6. Raman on 4. Lewis on 2. Timothy Verbrugghe making sure it was a three-way tie at the top of the table, courtesy of 3-ton plus checkouts in his game against Jim McEwen, the opening match of the session. It kick-started with this 1-3-8, a showpiece start from the Belgian. It was then followed up in leg 2 by this 1-6-1, and suddenly McEwen shaking his head, realising he was in all sorts of trouble. And then this 1-2-2 to make it 3-2. And from that point onwards, Verbrugghe would move on to win by 4 legs to 2. Scott Taylor, well, he lost his first game to Neil Duff by the same scoreline. And before the break, Brian Raman put in the performance of the first round. A 92.5 average and a 4-0 win against Paul Lewis means that he has set out the stall for the rest of the field to follow. It's Verbrugghe and Taylor, though, in match 4 of our session. And the winner will become the first player in this group to move on to 10 points.
First. Game on.
Thank goodness Chaz Barstow isn't here.
96.
Well, speaking about people that may be here, I've seen some questions in the chat. One of them asking when Steve West is going to be back.
60.
One of the best players to have played at the Modus Super Series. He's certainly one of the most successful players to have played up there on the stage in regards to weekly wins.
96.
And I can tell you, it won't be long until Steve West is back. He actually was on the Oki this past weekend at an ADC event, and he will be also going to the Welsh Open.
77.
Or the Welsh Open that's happening in England.
The Welsh Open in that famous Welsh town of Bristol.
That's the one. He'll be taking part in
29.
that WF event, something he hasn't played in for some time, so he's going to be easing himself back into action. So he should be here very soon. He has had a lengthy layoff due to a long-awaited hip surgery, and it was major surgery as well, so maybe just give him
83.
the benefit of the doubt when he does make that return that he may not be the Steve West that comes up here and plows through weeks
100.
the way he was.
However, Steve will not play here unless he thinks he can win the
100.
week.
Timothy Ricard, 84.
Timothy is playing week-winning form right now. May just be a dart at the bullseye. This is a tiddler in comparison to what he's hit today.
47. Scott Ricard, 97.
Double-double.
57. Timothy Ricard, 37.
Well, this is for the break. It's double 16. It's 1-0,
Game shown on the
Timothy.
First leg, Timothy Verbrugghe.
Oh, Timothy, this is so good.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on. $83. 99. 100. 140.
Reactions. That is something
85.
that Scott Taylor has been very, very good at when he's gone behind in games here at the Super Series, and he had his throw broken there in the opening leg.
94.
A wayward dart. That was some distance away there for Scott Taylor, and it landed quite an awkward angle as well, and gives
99.
Timothy an opportunity, and that's all he's needed. An opportunity, because Timothy's finishing today has been absolutely top draw. But it's going to need to be.
128. Timothy Ricard, 134.
This would be for 4 for the day already, but he's not going to find the second jump on 19. And
96.
so
Scott Ricard,
tots
40.
of Taylor after 12 to square this contest up at one apiece.
Game shot on the
Just
second leg,
beginning to
Scott
go
Taylor.
through the motions, and Taylor's level at 1-1.
Third leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now I know how poor Guy Mowbray feels.
Well, I'd say about those wayward darts, that one.
132.
I mean, a great recovery in the end, but an atrocious second dart there. It wasn't like it was a deflection. It was a dart that just skewed out to the left, very similar to that attempt at the bullseye in the leg before, when it sort of skewed right the way across to the 14s. Just a sign of a little bit of a rotation within the throat.
140.
Much better there for Scott Taylor.
140.
Good game.
Kind of following
59.
the same trajectory as yesterday, in the respect that as the day goes along, the standard got better, and it feels like the early indication so far today is that exactly the same is going to happen here.
137. Scott the car, 170.
Well, this may need to go, and it's not going to go, so Verbrugghe will be expecting to get at least a dart at the bullseye here.
84.
To get that breaker throw straight back, he's going to get 2.
Game
An
shot on the third
11
leg.
dart
Timothy
leg. That
Verbrugghe.
is absolutely phenomenal from Timothy
Ball for
Verbrugghe.
Timothy to throw first.
You
Game
may
on.
remember this was the meeting yesterday which saw 3 11 darters. 2 for Taylor, 1 for Timothy.
It's looking so good, isn't he, here, Timothy Verbrugghe?
100.
If you backed him at 7-1 earlier on today, you've got a beaming smile from ear to ear right now. Let's get that right.
140.
Well, just in this individual match, you'd have been priced up very handsomely, with Scott Taylor having the advantage of throw as well, and the odds compiler's been very favourable to
140.
Scott Taylor, who started the day as an odds-on favourite to win the group. Thought that was a little bit brave.
180.
I mean, you can still get odds against on Timothy to win from this position, and he's
45.
2-1 up, although that may be about to grow because Scott Taylor now broke the throw in the scoring phase.
Well, Taylor is
58.
growing into the match. He brought his average to in excess of 102 at this present moment in time. And if you're hoping the leg
100.
4 is as easy
Shot
as
the car,
1, 2, 3.
123.
Triple 18 bull. Bullseye.
98. Timothy the car,
Got the line,
116.
couldn't quite get the length. And this guy has been hitting ton plus checkouts of fun, but he's not going to add the 116 to his
100.
ever
Shot the
glistening
car,
catalogue.
25. Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Very little in regards to errors
Fifth leg,
from
Scott
both
to throw
players.
first.
This has just been the brilliance and the timing from both,
Game
where we're
on.
getting the breaks a throw. Both players averaging 99. And you feel like it may
99.
go up a little bit more as of yet. But Scott Taylor there throwing to his average, 99 scored.
Well, it's a shame that this is one of those games that has to only be best of 7. It's a
140.
shame it can't be longer, best of 9, best of 11.
It's one of those that's almost a shame that someone has to come off the stage as a
134.
loser, because the way they're playing, 101 apiece, they'd have comfortably won any of the other fixtures we've seen today.
100.
I was genuinely disappointed when I had to go home yesterday because I really enjoyed the session. Really enjoyed it.
77.
I don't know whether it's because of you, Matt, or whether it's because of the standard.
Yeah, I mean,
100.
I can't reciprocate that feeling to you. I was delighted when you went home.
59. Timothy the car, 161.
161. It's already been done by Timothy today, but he's not going to repeat the feat here.
59. Scott the car, 132.
132 for Taylor. Triple 19. We're giving him another dart of the ball.
60. Timothy the car, 102.
You just feel that it's so likely when the Brew's coming up for these sort of shots.
70.
A chance there to
Scott
get
the car,
another breaker
72.
throw. It's now about Taylor. Oh, it's going to get tricky from here. Recovers the situation.
50. Timothy Car 32.
Doesn't hold on to the throw.
Suddenly, having done the hard work to get himself back into the match, he could find himself
16. Scott Car 22.
staring defeat in the face. But 3 missed darts from Timothy there has opened up the door once again for Scotty T to take the lead.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Scott Taylor.
No mistake. 3-2 Taylor.
That's the first time
6
Scott
leg
Taylor's
Timothy
been
to
able
go
to put his
first.
nose in front
Game
in
on.
this game, despite averaging in the mid-90s. That's so much the improvement we've seen in Timothy Verbrugghe.
60.
The snarl's back.
85.
That one was just a violent deflection there for Scott Taylor, catching the flight on the way into the board.
59.
But is this the moment that Scott Taylor starts to show a bit of authority?
42.
Certainly the Scott Taylor that won a series here, that would be the moment he'd step in.
60. One of them, 40.
Now Timothy is bang under it. Needs a big score. Needs a 2-treble turn.
134.
And provides the goods. But still Taylor can set up quite handily here with a couple of trebles. Even still after that errant dart
66.
run. But that was a rose between 2 thorns, that visit.
$58.
Well, from the excellence comes the tentativity of this contest.
92. Timothy Car 130.
Taylor leaves himself on a 2-darter to win it. Verbrugghe looking for another ton topper to take us all the way. It's double 5.
120. Scott Car 76.
For the match. To get the job done in a high quality affair, it's tops.
36. Timothy Car 10.
And he may have to wait another 501 points if Timothy Verbrugghe can hit the double 5, inviting.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
He felt anything but a pull or a snatch there, that was going in. We
7th
do
and
go
final
all the
leg.
way, and
Scott to
it's a
third
game
first.
that you feel
Game on.
deserves this sort of last leg shootout scenario, but big advantage in the favour of Scott Taylor in the fact that he's going to throw first.
96.
Driving home that advantage, just that one treble of throws what you need in that situation. Get down to that 15 dart leg, force the opponent into 12. But we know
95.
Verbrugghe is capable. He's had an 11 darter in this match.
Well, midway through, this game really did threaten to ignite. Didn't quite reach those mesmeric heights, but Taylor looked at a graft towards a win. His first win of the day.
60.
And now the ball is very much in Taylor's court, because even a maximum with Timothy's next visit, he can't leave a finish. Scott pondering about his options.
81.
Saw Timothy was nowhere near finishing range and decided to persevere with the 20s.
He could have switched over to the 18s there to guarantee leaving a finish, but I don't think he'd have gone for the 167 anyway, and even a maximum for Verbrugghe would have left him on a
80.
no finish. And what a horrific time to have a dart on the floor.
135.
Taylor in command, in control. Verbrugghe needs mistakes now from Taylor. It's out of his hands. And
94.
poor
Scott Car
switching
49.
from Verbrugghe has guaranteed 6 darts for Taylor.
It's double 10.
39.
That would have been to have moved on to 10 points.
One of them, 40. Scott Car 10.
Pressure on this.
shot
Pressure.
on the match,
What
Scott
pressure?
Taylor.
They make diamonds for Scott Taylor. And he moves on to 10 points. Courtesy of that 4-3 win against Timothy Verbrugghe. He had to work hard for those 2 points. It's felt like a hard-working day. with the average in excess of 90. A 4-3 win for the former champ. It's McEwen and Lewis after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Scott Taylor, the former champion, got the better of Timothy Verbrugghe by 4-3 before the break, getting his first win of the day and becoming the first player to move on to 10 points in the group as a consequence of it. Jim McEwen can join Taylor on that specific mark if he can get the better of Paul Lewis in our 5th game of the morning session, the middle match of round 2 of our day. McEwen losing out to Timothy Verbrugghe in that first game, hit by 3-ton plus haymakers in that particular contest, where for Paul Lewis, didn't quite happen in that first game against Brian Raman, a 4-0 defeat for the Mansfield man.
Game on.
What can he do against the man from Maybole?
Feels like so long since we last saw Jim McEwen now, doesn't it? He played in game number 1. He's had to sit around now for 3 full matches and wait and have a bit of time to try
55.
and straighten things up. But we said yesterday that sometimes I feel McEwen seeks perfection. You can see there after just the first 3 darts already looking disappointed with himself.
60.
But he is the big favourite here to get the victory over Paul Lewis. The odds compilers going 1-4 on Jim McEwen here.
Well, it's fair to say that the man from the Oasis tribute band needs a little bit of time to wake up. But if he carries on, he won't be saying what's the story in terms of morning glory. He'll be wondering what would have happened.
59. $58.
Paul Lewis was impressive yesterday. Certainly on debut. Yes, he only got the 1 win, but it was the level of performance that was good for him. It
100.
didn't quite match up in game number 1. He didn't manage to get a dart at a double when he was demolished by Brian Raman
32.
But you feel he's going to need to up it here against McEwen to get chances.
81.
Big passage of play in this opening leg. McEwen has got the set-up turn here on 176, but if things carry on being dry, then the door would be
78.
open for Paul Lewis. He's himself on a 2-dart adjust.
$45. Jim Lucar, 98.
Great dart. Double 12. Doesn't quite go.
86. Paul Lucar, 156.
2 trebles required. Make that 1 for double 18.
Getting shot on the first leg. Paul Lewis.
Well,
Second leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
it wasn't a great scoring leg there for Paul Lewis, but what a finish. The biggest finish of his week so far.
40.
Jim McEwen has played 7 legs today. He's been hit by ton plus checkouts in 4 of them.
Well, with that, out those 7 legs, he'd only lost 5 of them.
140.
So 4 out of 5, 80% of the legs against McEwen have been tumblers checkouts. And that does also put you in a negative set as well, because you feel like
45.
everyone's going to hit everything against you all the time. And again, it just pressurises that situation, especially when you've got a lot of respect for the group and the players that you're in that room with.
$100.
And that could just be the spark for Paul Lewis as well.
$47.
He's looking to slide one between the two.
60.
Talk quite a lot about the barrels that Jim McEwen uses, and that's one of the advantages. He can have one on the top wire, one on the bottom, and still manage to find one in.
94.
Frustrated, isn't he, McEwen?
59.
Because if Paul Lewis hits a 140 here, things could get a bit smelly for Jim.
Well, look at the bullseye you feel here. Does so, and that's
105.
one thing we've never
Jim
questioned
Lucar,
about Paul Lewis.
142.
His board management has been absolutely fantastic. Well, he's issued out one big hammer blow already. That being the 156.
62.
Same sort of equation,
Paul
2
Lucar,
trebles
170.
for a dart at the double.
McEwen in the background would have expected that to have gone, because that is the way his day
58.
has gone.
Jim Lucar, 80.
Sometimes it's how you miss it as well, because had that first dart gone in the treble, that's when you start thinking, here we go again. But here we go again from McEwen, a shot he took out yesterday, tops. The overly
60.
aggressive route
Paul Lucar, 112.
doesn't go on this occasion. Can Paul Lewis keep the trend going of tumblers finishes taken against Jim McEwen? It won't. And I've never seen Jim McEwen be so fidgety at the back of the stage before. He's pacing,
52. Jim
rocking,
Lucar, 20.
pulling at the shirt.
We admitted yesterday signs of nerves before his opening couple of matches, and I don't know whether it's a case of maybe he reared its head again at the beginning of day 2, double 10 to level up at 1-1. And now 2 5s. Big dart, big moment, and that
10.
could be a big miss.
Paul Lucar,
Because Paul
60.
Lewis is back here for a 2-0 lead. 20 for tops. Double 10.
40.
And finally, Jim
Jim
McEwen
Lucar, 10.
can catch a break. And this would be for a break. The break back. You can't keep passing opportunities by. There's now 8 missed starts that are double in this match. Make that 9.
Paul Lucar 20.
Just nothing looking composed or settled about McEwen from the first 3 darts where he was reacting negative to the 55, but this, look how far across he's had to go on the hockey.
No score.
3 straight
Lucar
down the
10.
wire. Great effort there for Paul Lewis, but no reward.
Game shot on the second leg, Jim McEwen.
At the 11th time a try, McEwen's on the board. Level we are at 1-1, as we were.
Third leg, Jim to throw first. Game on.
McEwen plying his trade on the World Seniors Tour. And congratulations to Richie Howson, who has taken over the mantle
53.
as world #1 in the World Seniors, taken over from Robert Thornton as the best senior player in the world. And to be perfectly honest, when you consider what Richie's
96.
done in the seniors division, a well-deserved tag of world #1.
$100.
And there's quite a bit of competition appearing as well, isn't there, now, when you look at Leonard Gates, Scott Mitchell, to name just a few.
180.
That is beautifully timed there from Paul Lewis.
$42.
Oh, he's finding it.
180.
Back-to-back maxes for Paul Lewis. Possible 11 dart leg.
It'd be the second of the day after Timothy Verbrugghe did in the last game against Scott Taylor. And suddenly Jim McEwen
99. Paul
may
Lucar,
well see his
45.
back against the wall here. Because Paul Lewis is inclining just as McEwen has just hit a bit of a bump.
No score.
Well, for the second time this week, Paul Lewis has bust on double 16.
And for the second time this week, he's got a bit of time on his hands where he knows he's going to be coming back. Despite the fact McEwen had the throw in this leg, back-to-back 180s for Paul Lewis has given that
59.
sizable
Paul
gap
Lucar,
in the
45.
scoreboard. It'll be the same equation here. Big 13 for double 16.
Game
And this
shot on the
time,
third leg. Paul Lewis.
it's it with the first time of asking. Again, breaks the throw of Jim McEwen. And
Ball take Paul to throw first. Game on.
I suppose for Jim McEwen, you can feel a bit fortunate that he's kind of still in this game right now, because this could be 3-0 Paul Lewis and Lewis throwing for the
42.
match. Where at 2-1, McEwen still well and truly in the game despite the breaker throw.
Well, one man's fancying the job just as the other players being found wanting somewhat.
140.
Chucky needs to chuck in the way that we know that Chucky can chuck.
180.
3 maximums for Paul Lewis. McEwen got one himself. 4 180s in the opening 3 and a bit legs.
100.
There's no problem in filling it up. It's been the doubles that are the problem. You'd expect a game that's had 4 maximums in it will be sort of around the 90 average mark, but both players
41.
in the mid to low 70s.
Well, we were mentioning how the standard could be improving as the session goes along. These two have had just a little bit of a dovetail in their
96.
second salvo of the day. Raman and Duff could be a tidy game up next.
I don't know what Jim was thinking there. Down
60.
on the 19s. Left himself a non-finish. No punishment there for Paul Lewis. Doesn't get to a finish himself. So McEwen gets away with one. And digging himself out the hole quite nicely. Leaving his
125.
favourite tops after chasing around doubles to try and find a successful one. He'll be happy to be back on his favourite.
58. Jim Lucar 40.
Suddenly we could be back at 2-2 and suddenly be all back on throw
Game shot on the fourth leg.
with a
Jim McEwen.
13 darter. Well, it's a 14 in the last one, Paul Lewis. A 13 in
Fifth leg
this for
Jim to throw
McEwen.
first. Game on.
Maybe we're just beginning to raise the levels again.
$85. 95. $134. $100.
So, 2 apiece in this contest. Both players in a similar position in the leg. McEwen with the advantage of throw. It's these little encounters, these little checkpoints in the match,
100.
which could be so pivotal in terms of deciding who wins and who loses.
36.
McEwen 100 or so ahead here. Plus what he's got in his hands. He only needed the one treble. He finds it.
98.
Sizable scoreboard advantage for McEwen. And he may finally take a lead in this game.
60. Jim
And
McCarthy,
unable to hold
84.
his throw. Until now.
Game's
Until
on the
now.
fifth leg. Jim
Solid
McEwen.
leg of darts there. 14 darter for Jim McEwen. Comfortable,
Six leg Paul to
clinical
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
And that will just make him feel a lot better about the situation right now. Paul Lewis nowhere to be seen at the back end of that one. And now needs to find
100.
And McEwen missed his first 10 darts of the double, now hit each of his last 3.
96.
And he can spot the difference.
Is it going to be another one
One
for
on the
Paul
leg.
Lewis? It is a 4th maximum. But he's going to want to get to 4 legs. That's the most important thing. Keep himself in the chase for the Group B places. Because we're starting to get to that time in the table where it's starting
100.
to form and shape. Paul Lewis sat at the bottom of the table on 2 points, which he took yesterday in game number 5 against Raman. So we need to add to that column soon
49.
before he becomes non-effective to the conversations at the back end of this group.
Well, suddenly the time he had on day 1 quickly evaporates on Tuesday. However, he's got to get time to rescue the situation here. He's going to get
59.
a couple of turns from 172 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Be back-to-back last leg deciders. As a matter of fact, of the 5 games we've seen
45.
today, we've seen a minimum of 6 legs in 4. The Mona the Raman 4 Lewis nil game. Have we not seen a large chunk of the legs played? And Lewis here has left himself with a 1-2-7 in game to see this contest go all the way to a last leg.
80. Paul Lucar, 127.
He plays the game, doesn't he, Paul Hinks?
87.
Have you got a 1-2-7 in game impression in you, Matt?
There's only one guy who does it, isn't there? And he does it so well.
68. Paul Lucar, 40.
Tots for Lewis.
Game shot on
Free
the
free.
sixth leg.
We
Paul
go the
Lewis.
distance again.
7th and final leg. Jim to throw first. Game on.
This has been hard work for the pair. At times it's been brilliant. At times it's been tumultuous. The
96.
big question now is who is going to just find that one big moment in leg 7.
Well, Paul Lewis has found 4 maximums so far in this game. He'd love one in
41.
this leg. He's probably going to need one now after losing 60 points on the opening exchange. You fancy McEwan's going to keep managing to find a treble a throw.
81.
To stay in that neck and neck position, needs to find big ones.
140.
Beautiful first start again there for McEwan. It always just takes the pressure out the shot when you get that minimum requirement, get that treble on the board.
81.
But last start again in the 1. Little bit of an opening for Paul Lewis.
Nothing has come easy at all,
85.
has it, for either of these two in this contest? And after all that, McEwan just about has the ascendancy.
Well, I've questioned the counting
42.
of McEwan before, and on that occasion, played himself into problems. Paul Lewis, a man who's been very good at his board management, must have saw that and thought, what on earth are you doing, McEwan? This is an invite. Thank you very much. And he takes it.
This is great news for Scott Taylor. He's already beaten Timothy, stopping him to get onto 10 points, and Paul Lewis could do himself a favour here.
76. Paul Ducan, 95.
Options. Does he start on the ball? Does he go aggressive? He's gone aggressive. He won't get a match start on this occasion, but you'd expect
39.
he will get them if he
Ducan,
comes back.
125.
125 for McEwan. Treble 20 for his favourite tops. Won't go. Lewis will get
105.
match darts
Paul
you
Ducan,
feel.
56.
To depose of McEwan. Be a big scalp, a big win.
Shot on the match
And Paul
forward.
Lewis gets the better of Chucky in a last leg decider. And so it's advantage Scott Taylor now at the top of the table. He's on 10 points and now he's got breathing space. Courtesy of that win for Paul Lewis. 4-3 against Jim McEwan. That 156 to start was superb. He then gets over the line in 7. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff and Brian Raman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Paul Lewis beat Jim McEwen in the last leg decided 4-3. It means advantage Scott Taylor at the top of the Group A table. He's on 10 points. McEwen stuck on 8. Timothy stuck on 8. Raman and Duff will round off the second cycle of fixtures on this Tuesday morning. For Duff, well, he put in a good performance in beating Scott Taylor 4-2, but Brian Raman has put in, well, the best numbers we've seen today. An average of 92.5. It was over the ton mark 3/4 of the way through the match. 4 from 6 on his doubles to beat Paul Lewis by 4 legs to nil. And there was a lot of signs of encouragement in terms of the way Brian played in game 1, and he'll be hoping that he can use that confidence going into match number 2 of his session.
100.
Well, I think we've got a very intriguing encounter here. Two players that will know each other very well because they've played on a lot of the same
96.
circuits. They'll be very familiar with the threat that both pose in regards to the standard that they can reach.
60.
Raman certainly playing to that standard we know he's capable of at the start of today. And sometimes when you're just looking for a bit of confidence and you're a little bit unsure about yourself,
140.
the opening game can really set the tone for the day, because if you don't play well in it, it just confirms the doubts that you've got in regards to you don't know where your game is.
140.
For a man starting well today, a 92.5 average, it may be the difference between day 2 and day
58.
1. Duff looking to make a bit of a move today.
139.
He's already picked up 1 victory. 4-2 over Scott Taylor. And when you was looking at the chasing pack and you was looking for
58.
a player among it
62.
who could really emerge today, the eye was drawn to the value play that was Neil Duff.
Getting shot on the first leg, Neil Duff.
Confirms that eye-drawing ability with a 14
Second leg round
dart
to third
leg.
first, game on.
Well, it's interesting that speaking to Neil earlier on this morning, he was pretty much saying words to the
58.
extent of Monday means nothing, and it's the next couple of days, a good 2 days, that will get you out the group. Monday just sets you up. Tuesday and Wednesdays when the
30.
business begins.
$99. $58. $140.
Encouraging though for a man
$85.
who's still got plenty of time on his side. We're just entering July, the 7th month of the year. Not too far away
58.
now from when Lakeside will come around, and I'm sure that's something that's on the mind of Brian Raman.
96.
Well, you wouldn't be
Round
surprised
car
that this is a meeting
146.
at the latter stages of the Lakeside this year. Raman's not going to take out the 146, although he does have the luxury of time to
64.
square this contest up at 1-1. You never know. You could be meeting one of this pair in the semi-finals, Matt, come December.
140. Blown car 82.
17 for tops. Tops for a level game.
62. Neil car
Pulls it low.
92.
You can see there he just wasn't happy with the release.
Double. There was perhaps a
56.
conversation to be
Round
had
car
because the
20.
Liar Dart 1 did look nice for the treble to bump in underneath. But Raman back for double 10 to square up. Now double 5.
Getting shot on the
And
second
level he
leg,
is.
Brian Raman. Third leg Neil to throw first, game on. $140. 60.
For Neil Duff, he's just got to do one thing, that's hold the throw, stay solid with the darts, and there'll be nothing that Raman can do. And in this situation with these sort of darts,
140.
there is nothing you can do against the throw. Back-to-back 140s.
Well, this really is a fine contest, isn't it?
140.
Both players throwing the kitchen sink at one another. Duff's average just below the ton mark at this present moment in time. It's going to go above it right now as he fires in his first max of the contest. And now he's on for an 11 dart leg.
60. Neil Ducar 41.
And by virtue, he's going to get the luxury of time to take out this third leg. Tops the target.
1.
Not a disaster on this occasion.
100. Neil Ducar 40.
13 will do. 2-1 Duff.
Fourth leg Brown to through first. Game on.
Man looking to kick on in this contest.
85. 95.
I think that's one thing that Neil Duff's done this week so far. He's not sort of gone out
92.
there and really took authority of a game, has he? He's sort of, everything's just felt a little bit like a battle. That will come down to the fact that the standard of the group is a very good
60.
group and it's a high level here. But he's not quite had that commanding performance as of yet.
60. 85.
So again, another opening for Raman on throw. Needs a treble here with the last dart in hand.
94.
Salvages it to leave himself on the fish, which he netted yesterday. Just unable to salvage this
41.
turn,
Brand new
so
car,
Raman
170.
has got 6 darts from here to square up at 2-2. He may only need the 3, but he's not going to repeat the fishy feet.
94.
Fish don't have feet, they have fins. My apologies.
100.
But this
Brand new
leg
car,
could be
76.
finito if he can find the 76.
44. Neil the car 120.
Beautiful, inviting dart. Just slips it the wrong side of the wire. You could see he thought exactly what I
37.
did in
Brand new car 32.
regards to the lie of that dart being an invitation.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Brown Raman.
And that miss invited the pressure on Raman, and he finds a double 60 to square up at 2-2.
Fifth leg Neil to throw first. Game on. $60.
Great grouping. And all but a few millimetres further north, and it had been a max.
59.
That is the small margins of which this game is determined. And that's where it gets frustrating as a player as well, when you're throwing good darts and getting very little reward.
60.
There is the frustration.
Palpable all over the face of the Duff man.
98.
Raman starting on 19s, answer on a postcard, Matt.
Pass.
140. 44.
He's rounded it off as Brian Raman, but Neil Duff again. Commanding lead with the throw.
85.
Well, suddenly, for what's been a really good performance from Neil Duff, there's just been one or two loose ones entering the frame of the former Lakeside champ. But Raman hasn't really been in
47.
situ enough to apply
56.
pressure against throw. Duff has got time for the 156.
$78.
The issue a man's got is he's doing all of his damage on throw, which is okay for the most part of the contest, but he has to find a break at some point.
78.
And it looks increasingly unlikely it's going to happen in this leg. It's only 5 left. Doesn't have to go 25 and ball. Will probably end up going treble 17 for double 12. Double 12. Doesn't
54.
quite go. This time there's pressure.
Neil the car 24.
Meaning and urgency on the
Gains on the
dart,
fifth
and
leg, Neil Duff.
Neil Duff delivers. Doesn't cause any drama,
Six
no
leg
fuss.
grinders over first.
Gets it
Game
with
on.
the opening. That's what builds the confidence, and that's what changes the psychology between the two players.
100. $140.
And now the Raman throw is under all sorts of pressure. Needs a big score. Needs a big visit. Conjures up
100.
a treble, but Duffy can really take control of leg 6 and thus the match.
60.
Back to a level game in regards to the scoreboard, which means advantage Raman. Big advantage Raman.
180.
We could be going the distance, but I think the most encouraging thing here for Brian Raman is how competitive he has been today.
55. Brown Ricard 121.
Well, he did decide to go bullseye first, despite that real
43.
errant dart into the single free. Does leave himself on a 2-darter. As far as Duff's concerned, how much pressure can he put on him? It doesn't look like he's going to put much.
96. Brown Ricard
He just needed
78.
to leave a finish, give himself the hope and the opportunity, and he has.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Brown
mean,
Raman.
He's took it.
Seventh and final leg. Neil to throw first.
Come on then,
Game
Matthew Edgar. Talk about the merits of going bullseye first on a 78.
on. 34.
I don't see the benefit.
Any which way, Raman has leveled us
84.
up. Raman has left Matt's head looking, well, in a bit of a noodle. First cry from Neil
44.
Duff today. First real shout of frustration, because he knows this is a game really he should have had in his leisure by now, but slowly but surely it's slipping away from him.
99.
It was now or never for Duff
140.
when he delivers. Puts himself back in the leg with a big 140. Still in the hands of Raman.
100.
Well, it was. This is one of the good things about a last leg
95.
shootout. It's great to watch and horrible to play because it does flip-flop and turn so much quicker. Everything just amplified.
60.
Every single miss, every single opportunity, and now it's big opportunity to Neil Duff, which 6 starts ago you thought Raman had the big advantage.
60. Brown your car 100.
But again, he's unable to muster the treble, and so Raman will get the first poke at a free dart out to win this contest. He's not going to find the 158, but he's going to put himself in situ in case Duff cannot find the 128.
128.
Still a shot on. Treble 20 for the ball. For the ball.
Put him on to 8 points. Couple behind
Game
Scott
shot on
Taylor
the
at the
match,
top of the table. And Neil Duff has found a big moment at a crucial time. A 1-2-8 to get the better of Raman, who has sat on double 12 to win the game. A 4-3 victory for the Northern Irishman puts him in position. He said today was a big day for him. He's already found a couple of wins. He beats Raman in the last leg to side a 4-3. In fact, every single game in round 2 went to the distance, went to the wire. Coming up after the break, we'll kick off round 3 with Paul Lewis and Scott Taylor.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Well, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff rounded off the second round of fixtures with a 4-3 victory against Raman. In fact, every single game in the second round went the distance. Paul Lewis beating Jim McEwen and Scott Taylor beating Timothy Verbrugghe by that same scoreline. And so it means his advantage to Scott Taylor in the race of the former champions at the top of the table. As a matter of fact, it really is tight now. The top four separated by just a couple of points. McEwen, Verbrugghe and Duff all on 8. Duff winning both his matches so far. Raman and Lewis with a win apiece on day 2 as well. They find themselves on 4 points in the table, and they'll be hoping there's some slip-ups just a bit above, so they can put themselves at least in the Group B mix come the end of tomorrow afternoon. Well, Paul Lewis has already made pay to Jim McEwen today, who was top of the table ahead of their encounter. Can he do so again against the table topper by toppling Taylor in this particular contest? It's our 7th match of the day as we approach the midway point. Matthew Edgar is alongside me, looking forward to all of the action for the remainder of the day. It's a day which has pretty much seen anything and everything, and that includes seeing you eat a yogurt with a fork.
Did that with style as well. That was.
You did. It was very impressive.
I've also seen John Part eat soup with chopsticks
First
before,
leg
so
ball to throw first.
I'm not quite on that
Game
level
on.
yet. However, Paul Lewis did give us a sizable upset in his last game when he beat Jim McEwen. Jim McEwen was the massive favourite in that game,
134.
as is Scott Taylor in this. Despite the fact Paul Lewis has the darts, he was 4-1 to win the match. Scott Taylor 1-6. Did it 4 maximums in that game as well, did Paul Lewis, and a 156 finish. So can be fair warned that maybe 1-6 isn't going to give you as easy ride as the odds would
100.
suggest.
$58.
Well, Taylor would have thought before the visit 2 trebles.
135.
We actually found 3 trebles there, but finds himself on and out.
49. $87.
Very much now in the position to take out this opening leg, leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12.
55.
That's what Paul Lewis, he's left himself on a finish, but it's a lot more difficulty than that of Taylor, who's got double 14 to take out the
54.
opening leg, and able to do so with a couple of darts in hand. And Paul Lewis cannot find the recovery and rescue act here.
57. Scott Ricard 28.
Double 14. Still searching.
No score.
Still not found.
Paul
And
Ricard,
Lewis could sneak
88.
up from the rear end here to win this leg.
18 for the ball. He's going to get a dart.
63.
Decent
Scott
effort there
Ricard
for
28.
Paul Lewis. But Taylor, a nice clean target this time. The dart kind of got in the way on the last occasion.
Getting shot on the first leg, Scott Taylor.
No problems this time for Scott Taylor. Breaks the throw with Paul Lewis at the earliest
Second leg, Scott to
opportunity.
third first.
So 1-0 to Scott.
Game on.
Break in hand. So far, so good. After losing that
57.
first game to Neil Duff, things have panned out pretty much perfectly for him, haven't they? Being one of his fellow 8-point players at the time in Timothy. Then seeing Jim
140.
McEwen lose, he wins this one. He'll open up a temporary 4-point gap, and he'll see Timothy play nil and Jim McEwen play Brian Raman, who's improved
140.
night and day his performances from day 1 to day 2.
140. $140. $100. Scott Ricard 164.
So 164 for Taylor. Oh, another one of them. Bullseye.
117. Paul Ricard 120.
Got the line, couldn't quite pitch the length. Okay, Paul Lewis on the bullseye.
89.
Decides to set it up.
Ricard 47.
He's had a dart at the ball in both legs here, Paul Lewis. Unable to cash any of them in, and
Game
they're
shot on
the
the
only
second leg,
chances he's
Scott
going to
Taylor.
get at the moment against Scott Taylor, who
Third
is
leg Paul through
cruising
first. Game on.
towards victory. That would extend the gap at the top of the table.
59.
And you'd still say he is not playing to his best, but he's finding ways of winning darts matches.
41.
That's the most important thing, isn't it? That's the thing that we're looking at. That's what divides everything.
100.
You're not judged on performance, you're judged on results. That's ultimately what the payout at the end of the week will be decided on.
40.
I know the table will paint a different story, but out of the 6 players here, who do you think will be the happiest right now?
100.
Taylor, purely because he's top. And I don't think any of them will
135.
if you was to interview any of the players right now, I don't think anyone would say, "Oh, I'm playing at my absolute best," but that's not what it's about. You don't need to. You need to do enough. You need to beat the man in front of you. Collect the points.
45. Paul Lucar, 126.
Well, Paul here's got a couple of visits from this 126 to bring it back to 2-1.
54.
Because he has been broken by Scott, he's going to have to recover that back at some point, but he'll be happy enough just to get a leg on the board, even if it is on throw.
43. Paul Lucar, 72.
This has been a real off leg from the former chap.
That's one thing we know about Paul Lewis. You can't take your foot off
52.
the gas because he's always going to be there and thereabouts, ready to strike, and we'll come back with 3 darts in hand, looking
57. Paul Lucar,
double
20.
10.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Paul
he is
Lewis.
back in the contest. Back at 2-1. Just keeps Taylor thinking.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Who has just had a bit of a shocker of a leg by his high standards.
80. 134. 83. 93. 41. 77.
Well, Scott needs to find a couple of trebles here to leave himself on a finish. He's found the first of them. He's found the second of them. He's filled it up. And suddenly this leg takes a completely different complexion.
'93. Scott Lucar, 117.
To get full control of the match. Oh, it's not going to go. Lewis is going to get another chance.
85. Paul Lucar, 104.
Chance to break the throw. Needs the treble. Can't find it. 2 attempts.
60.
Both just a little bit
Scott
too
Lucar,
north
32.
and double 16 now for Scott Taylor to be a leg away.
This to stave off the counter-attack for Paul Lewis, and Scott Taylor moves 2 clear with 3 to play.
Fifth leg, Paul to throw first. Game on. '41. 68. 100. 134.
Taylor just trying to snap himself out of a bit of a hole that he dug for himself in the middle of the contest. Just trying in whichever way to
45.
get over the line. It hasn't been a vintage performance for the man from Bolton, but he won't care for as long as he moves on to 12 points.
89.
'Good ball management there, because
100.
treble for the last start would have left himself on the fish.
83.
He's himself on 127 to win the game.
127 in game shot.
177. Scott Lucar, 127.
219 would have left the bullseye, but Paul Lewis here, because of that
59.
maximum
Lucar,
turn,
38.
has left himself on a double to bring the arrears back to 3-2, and he pins it first time of asking. Scott Taylor being forced to serve this contest out.
Six-leg Scots are through first. Game on.
I think if you had to describe Paul Lewis in one word, you'd say dangerous.
47.
Because he's always there and thereabouts, and he's always there to pounce on any mistake that is made. That's a mistake made by Scott Taylor here.
134.
And once again, the dangerous Paul Lewis pounces. Can imagine he's one of those
60.
players that are really uncomfortable to play against and comfortable to support. Will always take you on a journey, take you on a roller coaster.
But what a better back-to-back scalps he could get if he can add Scott Taylor to Jim McEwen in back-to-back matches.
57.
I just feel that he's really starting to enjoy himself up there now, and that was one thing that he couldn't lose sight of. He came in with a big smile on his face
26.
on Monday morning,
Paul the car 170.
and now could have a big smile on his face going into Tuesday afternoon because he got 6 darts here to take us the distance.
96.
Nice setup play. Should be getting at least a dart to go the distance. We'll
58.
expect more
Paul
now.
the car 74.
Scott Taylor not able to drive home.
Taylor must have thought he put at the back of this match in the last
shown the
leg
sixth
or a couple
leg.
of
Paul
legs
Lewis.
ago, but Paul Lewis, courtesy of that 14 darter, brings it back to 3-3 for 3-1 down. And he now has the darts to win this contest against the former champion.
$96.
Minimum requirement done. Find that treble. Force your opponent to be looking at 12. There is the Scott Taylor grimace. Snarling his way into the fixture.
100.
And again, last start in hand. Scott Taylor takes a look at the board after the first 2 and thought, happy days, I'm going to get my chance. And again,
100.
last start for Paul Lewis keeps him extremely interested.
$60.
However, Scott is going to get the first chance to set things up here.
He's done the damage there. Now he's got to drive home the advantage. Needs a treble. Desperately
60.
needs. Can't find. Lewis still in the game. The man described as dangerous is still hanging around.
140.
And not waiting for an opportunity. He's making his own.
Remember, Paul Lewis was 3-1 down in this contest. It looked like Taylor broke at the back of the match.
105.
But Paul Lewis is 105 points away here from deposing of 2 former champions in back-to-back matches. Double 16 to do it in style. Paul Lewis deposes of Scott Taylor, and he does so with a tongue topper. A 105, a whopper to win the match. He beats the former champion 4-3, and it means we're none the wiser in this group. We speak about spoilers, while Paul Lewis is spoiling the party for former champions left, right and centre. He beats Scott Taylor 4-3 with an average of 91, 4 from 7 on the doubles. Remember, Taylor had a 3-1 lead. He's let it evaporate, and he could let his lead at the top of the table evaporate. Timothy Verbrugghe and Neil Duff are coming up after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match
starts to put his team into the final.
Game
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Wow, how about that then? Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Paul Lewis pulled a 105 out the fire to seal a 4-3 win against Scott Taylor, a game in which he had trailed 3-1 in. He gets over the line on the last leg decide to blow this group wide open. And Neil Duff, if he wins this game by 4 legs to 0, would have started the day 4 points off the table topper Scott Taylor and Jim McEwen, but could go top of the pile on legs difference. But that's only if he can beat Verbrugghe to 0 in this particular contest.
To throw first.
What an incredible day we've seen so far. A day full of twists, a day full of turns, a day full of high octane drama. What are we going to see here?
60.
I think what we've seen so far from Timothy is that he's confirmed our suspicions that he has massively improved since we've seen him in the first time here 85. At the Super Series. He's in a very tough group here with a lineup that wouldn't look too far out of place on a Champions Week.
100.
And he's acquitting himself very well, currently sat in the top half of the table, and a win here would actually put him joint top on points.
59.
And this is one thing Neil Duff is so good at here at the Super Series, is working his way into the week. If Monday doesn't quite work out, he's not going to panic.
100.
Because he knows what's in front of him for the rest of the week.
In fact, let me rephrase that. If Timothy is to win this game, he'll go top of the table on legs difference.
100.
What did you say? Was 7-1 at the start of the day?
Yeah, well, both these players were 7-1 at the start of the day. I wonder what's happened to Tim's weekly odds. Because he was 33-1 at the beginning of the week to win this. As a matter of fact, to win the group yesterday, you could have got Timothy at 25-1.
140. Timothy 120.
Value if you've been keeping a close eye on Timothy and seen what's been going on.
60. Neil the car 117.
Number 19 for tops. Would have been 93. To have hit the king of the ton toppers with one of his own. Tops. Friend or foe. Has to shuffle across.
40. Neil the car
Drank
24.
low and clipped off dart 1.
Close to the treble, then the double that one from Timothy.
Game shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
Neil Duff gets the break of throw. Neil Duff
second leg, Neil to throw first.
has gone through the card on occasions in this venue before. And you feel if he's going to play himself into form and into contention, he's going to have to do that today. He's done it in his first couple of games, picked up back-to-back victories so far today, beating both Scott Taylor and Brian Raman, which is a good reaction considering that yesterday he lost his last
140.
Paul Nicholson talks about the behaviour of darts and knowing how your darts behave.
100.
Neil Duff has that down to a T. How many times do you see on a, particularly a tops or a 12, something at the top end of the board, if it sticks up quite nicely, he will use that as the perfect guide just to bump off and in as Tim hits a max.
$100.
If there's another trouble here, it could be on for another 11 darts. He's already had one today. And suddenly that break of throw that Neil accrued in leg one could be whittled away in next to no time at all.
85.
It's not because of the mistakes of Duff, it's because of the brilliance of Timothy. Double 16 to get his throw back.
Game shot on the second leg.
11 darter again for Timothy Verbrugghe.
Third leg, Timothy to throw first.
Again, showing that quality, that improvement, but also now that sustainability.
Just becoming oh so hard to break down, isn't he?
60.
But it's not just a case of he's had these 11 dart legs, little spurts, and nothing else has come of it. Everything around has been rock steady.
100.
One thing we do know for a fact is Scott Taylor is going to have company
100.
on 10 points come the end of this round. It could be two players joining him on 10 points by the end of this round. And Scott Taylor's run to the end of the day is not a good one. Brian Raman, who looks like he's playing himself into form. And then the last game of the day is McEwen against Taylor.
125. 55.
Was persistent around the treble 20 bed there. 419s would have been 91, would have left him on a finish.
100.
Four treble, or 420s, shall I say, would not have left a finish. It would have left him on a bogey. So once again, the counting and the mathematics of this Group A brought into question.
Well, Verbrugghe isn't going to add the 116 to the ever-glistening and growing catalogue of Tub Plus outs.
36.
Duff
66.
looking for 66 for what will be the third consecutive break of throw to kickstart this fixture. We'll stay there for double 18.
30.
Doesn't go.
Timothy Ricard 80.
Double 10.
70. Neil Ricard
Both players have had opportunities to win this leg and both have passed an opportunity by. Duff hoping not to spurn his second invitation to the party, and he won't. He'll break again. He'll lead 2-1, and hoping now to really put his foot to the floor in this fixture.
$140. 60. 45.
Interestingly, each of the last
140.
4 games have gone 4-3. And You wouldn't be surprised if this becomes the 5th consecutive match that goes the distance, although Neil Duff is doing his utmost best to try and change that particular fact.
It's the sort of group where you sort of expect a lot of 4-3s because the level between the players is just so tight, and there's not really much to separate them in regards to the levels. It all just comes down to that little bit of timing, that little bit of a moment.
100. Timothy the car, 161.
161 for Timothy to square this contest up at 2-2. He's already found it once today. He's looking to rinse and repeat. The first time was so nice. He just had to do it twice. His second 161 checkout of the day. His 4th all told, and we're level at 2-2. And still, not a flicker of emotion on his face.
60.
He's just hit one of the best shots you could in this sport, and he looks like he's running late for a bus.
95.
He was exactly the same the last time he was here as well, just completely emotionless, but his average now goes up to 102.
140.
Duff not doing much wrong here, averaging around the mid-90s. But Verbrugghe
100.
just raising the levels. It was this game yesterday where he averaged over 100. Game number 3 of the day, 100.20, 4 from 7.
123.
On the finishing.
161.
Surely not again.
Not another one. Not another one. Oh,
136.
it would have been the perfect hat trick.
143.
Funny darts is good darts, and these
60.
good darts are giving us a bit of a wry
25.
smile. 8-8, importantly for 14 darts, a 3-2 lead.
Timothy Verbrugghe.
And he has turned this game on its head. Neil Duff was in control at 2-1.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
And he has just hit him with a left hook, right hook combination. And now he's top of the table.
60.
Look at that, the games lost column is the one that drew my eye. Top 3 players all losing 3 matches at this point. Just shows how open this group is in regards to everyone beating each other.
55. $43.
Neil Duff must be thinking, what do I do to get change out of this guy? Because he's played him twice this week, and on both occasions he's averaging in excess of a ton against him.
140. $134.
This has been a 3-leg flurry up there.
100.
With some of the best we've seen, it has to be said.
He leaves it handy. Possible 2-darter. Can Neil Duff find a big finish of his own? No is the answer. And from this point, Timothy, I'd say he could start the preparations, but I don't even think he's blinked.
92. Timothy
Well, this has been a stupendous performance. And that's really the first slip he's had. 79 left, treble 13 or treble 19? Treble 19 was the call. But credit to Neil Duff here because he's stuck with the task. It could send us all the way here. If he can find tops,
Game shot on the 6th
in which
leg.
he can. And so for the 5th game running, we're going to go to a last leg decider.
7th and final activity to throw first.
In matter of fact, throughout the course of the day, apart from the 4-0 between Raman and Lewis, every single other game has had at least 6 legs in it.
100.
Needs to find
100.
big last. You wouldn't have been able to see too much of that either. He'd have been thrown into an area. Shows that the confidence,
60.
the belief is still there for Neil Duff, and quickly steps into the hockey at the score of just 60 from Timothy Verbrugghe.
60.
Well, anything you do, I'll do the same. 100 apiece, 60 apiece. If it continues like that,
140.
we'll get the job done.
Well, all he has to do now is score 40 points for his next turn and win the match of 161 checkout. Ironically, if Neil Duff
60.
had hit a maximum there, that's what he would have left. This is composure of the highest degree. He's left to double after 12.
And he's got at least 6 starts to get it
100.
done.
Timothy the car 24.
To top the table.
Game
And
shot on the
Timothy
mark.
will
Timothy
be the table topper with a near immaculate display to depose of Neil Duff. And for the second day running, Timothy Verbrugghe has beaten Neil Duff with an average in excess of a ton. He has hit his second 161 checkout of the day, his 4-ton plus checkout of the day. Neil Duff averaging 91.5, 42% on the doubles, and it wasn't enough. What a game. What a match. What a player Timothy Verbrugghe is. What a day we are having. And the good news is we're only halfway through. We've got 8 more incredible games to go, and we're going to kickstart it with Brian Raman against Jim McEwen. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. How beautiful does it look on this resplendent Tuesday morning here on the south coast? The sun is shining, the darts is good, and there's all the reason to be happy, particularly if your name is Timothy Verbrugghe, because you're now top of the table as far as this Group A is concerned. A 4-3 win against Neil Duff with an average in excess of a ton. Another 161 checkout. And now we see Belgium and Scotland go toe-to-toe here on the fabled stage as Jim McEwen takes on Brian Raman. Now, if you look at the table, Jim McEwen's third, a couple of points off the leaders, and Brian Raman is sat bottom of the pile. But you could make an argument on the basis of play today that Brian Raman is actually, numerically speaking, being the better player. But how would you see our 9th tungsten jewel of the day go, Matt?
Well, I just thought I'd have a look to see what the odds compilers think of it. And the odds compilers have got Jim McEwen as odds-on favourite, available at 8 to 15, despite the fact that Brian Raman is going to be throwing first. So, with that in mind, and with your assessment there, you would say
92.
11 to 8 on Brian Raman is a bit of value.
80 plus, speedgambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And I think it's fair to say that when you look at Brian's performances on day 1 to day 2, okay, there were moments, there were sparks of Brian, but I don't think there was an indication that he was going to improve this much, this quickly from first day to second.
I think it was when Brian Raman switched the darts, wasn't it, after the first couple of games. It just gave him that sort of reinvestment into himself where he could sort of start afresh. And he's not dropped below the 80 average since changing to these darts, where he was not really getting close to the 80 average with the other set. So I think one thing we know for sure is this is the correct set for him to use.
92.
Just quickly, before we go on any further, I'm going to go full Chris Mason mode here. Hi, Keith Williamson. Well, it was 11:59 a.m. when I said that live on air. Hope you're keeping well, Keith. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today. And to Ego Chip, no, I am not giving away. I'm not giving away a tenner. Why would I pay for? I don't know what's going on there. But no, I'm not paying for anything.
100.
That's a shame. I was hoping for a tenner myself.
Maybe we'll go for a nice breakfast or
105.
something later on in the week.
Jim Car 110.
Well, this 110 for Jim to take the opening leg against Fro. Treble 18 for double. Isn't going to be fired. And so Raman 92 to take out leg 1.
54. Brand new car 92. $56.
How's McEwen's doubling?
There's no scores gone in here.
I think there's just a little bit of a moment with the computer. Everything is run via a technological database, but all is well now. The computer said no. McEwen hoping to say yes to leg 1 success.
46. Brand new car 36.
That isn't going to be found right here. May not be found at all. Raman loves double 18. Finds double 18. Fires himself one up.
Second leg Jim did through first. Game on.
The point I was about to make regarding Jim McEwen just drove home there. The double's not been there for McEwen so far today. That is now 24 darts he's had at a double and he's hit 5.
84.
So he's around about roughly that 20% rate. So
128.
a little low for the expectations here at the Super Series, which is about 33%, 1 in every 3. McEwen needing 2 darts extra at the finishes at the moment.
140. $78.
I mentioned yesterday, towards the end of the programme, just about Brian's demeanour, and it's been a lot calmer
81.
this week, a lot more composed. I think there was times in his previous visit here where he really
85.
did let the frustration get the better of him, but haven't really seen that sift through this time round. I have a saying, look good, feel good, play good.
83.
He's feeling better, so he's playing better. And even when he's
56.
had moments this week where things haven't gone his way,
113.
he hasn't lost his cool. This would be a cool finish.
$93. Brown car 154.
154. Well, it's not going to be found this time. McEwen had opportunity to win leg 1.
58. Junior
He's
car
now going to
20.
get 3 more at double 10 to win leg 2. Hoping this time not to pass the opportunity by, and he won't.
Shown on the second leg,
And there we
Jim
are,
McEwen.
1-1.
Well, yesterday we did
Third leg,
allude to the
Brian
fact that
through
Brian
first.
Raman
Game
is
on.
called the Riddler, and I moved to a very popular site that comes up at the top of a Google search to get a riddle. I'll give you another one, as we've got
60.
Brian Raman on stage, and yes, I'm probably going to do this every single day whilst Brian Raman is playing darts.
At least you've got something to look forward to.
What kind of band never plays music? And stop trying to look at the answers.
92.
Is it 2 aces? Sorry, Paul. Sorry, Paul.
$58.
I think I might have the answer.
I've got a feeling you may have cheated, though.
Is it a rubber band?
47.
It is. Come back tomorrow for more riddles. Or you just go to Google and get them yourself, either or.
I didn't cheat, I just got a helping hand.
60.
Courtesy of my friend in my ear. I have told you about these voices in my head.
140.
Solid leg again, though, from Raman. And when we said about was that good value, the advantage of throw seemed to be a telling factor. And Raman using it well, despite McEwen filling it up. It's still all about Raman.
180. Brown car 74.
That's the thing. We talk about pressure and situations, but Raman knew he was going to get a shot of 74. He gets the shot of 74. It doesn't change because McEwen's hit the 180.
111.
However, this could be a big power play in this contest. Treble 17 will give him a dart at tops. Not to be, and so Raman back for 10.
91. Brown car
And
10.
he is going to have to take. 1 for double 2. Big dart, big moment, big find.
Shot on the third leg. Brown Raman.
An exhale of breath, relief for Raman as he moves
Ball
himself
Jim to
2-1
throw
up in
first.
this
Game
contest.
on.
Trying to remember
58.
the record for most 4-3s in a day. I'm sure we've had 8 in a session before. And I'm going to say it right here, right now. I think we're going to have 8 4-3s today.
98.
At least. I've actually been told by another one of those voices in my head that back when it was the then live league in Southampton, we had 10 4-3s out of 15.
100. $39.
Well, there's the first time we've just seen a little bit of a let out of emotion from Brian.
Yeah, and he's also just put himself in that element of people that call out their name.
44. 140.
Good recovery, though, following the last turn. Just about puts him in command of his leg, depending on what Jim McEwen does with this turn. And what he's doing with this turn is scoring heavy.
133.
Scoring.
Brown car. Sorry.
Well, poor Higgs for Brian Raman's last turn was that good, it left him on a finish.
100.
Or maybe he thinks he's just playing that well that he can take out the 224.
Even more embarrassing when you got to say, Brian, you require sorry, you're not good enough for a finish yet, pal.
92. Brown car. 124.
But he is now. Bull.
99.
Width of a
Jimmy
wire
Carr,
away.
74.
Now McEwen gets a dart at tots to level.
54.
Not up to the task, a man for the break, 25.
To take full control of the game. Double eights.
9. Jim Carr, 20.
Well, he couldn't have got any closer without going in. Fine effort for Raman.
Game shot on the fourth
We
leg. Jim
are
McEwen.
Back to level stakes. Two apiece.
Fifth leg
501
Brian to throw
apiece. We
first.
go again.
Game on.
Raman, the advantage of throw, but a shake of the head as he comes to the board. He feels he should be ahead. He feels he should be 3-1 up. And this should be throwing for the match.
128.
That's why you just got to keep that composure. Try not to let that frustration bubble over. Don't get thinking about the possibilities and the coulda, woulda, shouldas.
125.
Just be patient.
$140.
Just keeps chipping away and chipping away, does Raman.
$125.
These are two real tenacious players just throwing the kitchen sink at one another.
77.
Raman leads himself first to a finish on throw on the 156, but McEwen can leave it much handier than that. Way more makeable.
121. Brown
Not
car,
the worst
156.
deflection that we've ever seen.
60. Jim Carr, 130.
Yeah, McEwen's been hit by 4-ton plus checkouts today. He may find a third of his own here if he can find the treble 20 and subsequently the bullseye. Just above.
65. Brown car, 96.
To hold the advantage that he has in this game. Same target that let him down
88.
before has let him down
Jim
again. The
Carr,
double
65.
8. Again on the wire. A well thrown dart. But no reward for Raman.
Sixers.
53.
Oh, you can hear a sigh of ooh from the mouth of Jim McEwen there. Allows Raman to step in. 2-2s. Already found it in this game. But cannot
4.
find it again.
Jim Carr, 12.
And now Brian is beginning to boil over.
You do,
Being
you
shown on
start
the
to
fifth
stand
leg,
and
Jim
count the
McEwen.
missed doubles and the opportunities, and Raman has had darts in his
Six leg
hand
Jim
where he
to throw
could
first. Game on.
have had the job done by now, and he could have been off the stage with the points. Instead, he is now needing to find a breaker throw against Jim McEwen, which is never really a profitable place to be.
100.
This shows how tight this table is, because if Jim McEwen is to get the job done here, he will now go top of the table, but there'll be 3 players top of the table on 10 points, and it'll only be leg difference. And that is something we're going to have to
57.
start considering soon, that this group may go beyond points.
And also, if Raman won that game, it still would have put everybody back in play because all 6 players at the halfway point would all be within 4 points of one another. And the way the results have gone, things may have congealed close to the pack. And MCEWAN beginning to motor now. And it looks like those misses in the previous leg has just began to break Raman.
58. $60.
Well, MCEWAN 6 hearts away from 2-1 and winning this contest. Even a maxi wouldn't do much apart from apply the pressure. And why not give yourself a round of applause for hitting a max?
The damage may already be done though, because that just puts him back level, and MCEWAN still has the advantage of the throw in his hands.
139.
The expression on Brian Raman's face would make you think that
55.
he feels the job is done. Feels the opportunities may have come and gone, and he's missed his chances.
One dart at Tots for the match. And MCEWAN only needs one dart at Tots to seal the win. He beats Brian Raman by 4 legs to 2. He returns to the top of the table. Raman spurning opportunity to go 3-2 to the good. MCEWAN not passing his chance by and then reeling off the last leg to win by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Timothy Verbrugghe up against Paul Lewis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 3 rounds of matches on this Tuesday morning. It's been an exhilarating affair. A lot of games going to the wire. In fact, we have 5 in a row go 4-3. That spell was broken before the break as Jim McEwen got the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 2. It means that McEwen is at the top of the pile, one of 3 players who find themselves on 10 points, and Neil Duff just in behind on 8 himself, and he takes on Jim McEwen in a couple of matches' time. Next up for us, Timothy Verbrugghe up against Paul Lewis. It's our 10th match of the day, the first of round 4. And for Timothy, well, I can't really argue against him being the player of the day so far. He's had 4 tub plus checkouts, 2 of them being 161. He's had an average in excess of a ton. He's lost with an average of 91 as well. And we thought whether yesterday was just a one-off day of excellence. Well, it turns out that this is a consistent purple patch for the Belgian.
And it would be
First
noticed.
Timothy to throw
The
first.
players will be very well aware of it in the practice room.
Game on.
And he has really stepped it up this week. Consistently stepped it up this week. Said last time he was here, he had this
140.
very likeable looking, reliable action.
119.
He's just gone away and learnt how to apply it, how to bring it back to the Super Series at a higher level. And
100. There's no scores on the boards here, lads.
we've got the Gremlins again in the scoring system.
I suppose it's what they say about London buses. Once it happens once, I suppose it happens twice. So we'll get that rectified. So midway through the first leg of this, it looks like we're good to go. Paul Hinks says we're good to go. The joys of technology, eh?
134.
If it doesn't work, you just turn it off and on. Then if it don't work, you give it a kick. Then after that, I
60.
don't really know with technology.
To be fair, you could probably get paid £30,000 per annum as an IT expert by saying things like that.
96.
Was it the IT crowd where that became a famous saying? Chris O'Dowd.
41.
No idea.
Paul Car 152. $134. Timothy the Car 160.
Paul Lewis leads himself from
100.
double
Paul
9 to
Car
take out the
18.
first leg, and it's going to be under significant pressure.
Game show
Pressure?
on the
What
first leg,
pressure?
Paul
Sneaks
Lewis.
into the bottom corner. Lewis breaks and leads 1-0.
Second leg,
That's
Paul
13
is
dart leg
first.
there as
Game
well.
on.
Beautiful cover shooting down on the 19. So the only danger of that is you get into that mode where, because you're hitting it so well,
46.
you start switching a bit soon. Then you start questioning, should I be starting on the treble 19s? You end up just starting to chase around the board a little bit.
59.
Certainly wouldn't have been plan A when you came up on the stage, but again, after one dart down on the 19s.
81. $140.
Well, I'm going to have to call out some nuisance in the chat room here. Robbie has commented in
58.
saying, Henry, you have more money than Justin Bieber. No, I don't. I wish I was a couple of pound notes behind. I'm definitely not.
98. $60.
Well, a 13 darter to break the throw for Paul Lewis. After 12
94.
darts, he's not even done half the leg.
$100. Timothy the Car 110.
Well, this would be his 5th of the day. Treble 19. I went treble 15 there.
90. Paul the Car 156.
He's already found the 156 today, but he's not going to get it on the second occasion. So Timothy's going to have the chance
140.
to
Timothy the Car
equalise
20.
this game at 1-1 if he can find double 10.
$16. Paul the Car 16.
Well, he didn't think
Yeah,
Paul
showing
Lewis
the
was going to
second
be getting
leg. Paul
opportunities
Lewis.
here, but Timothy making a bit of a mess of that at the back.
Third leg, Timothy to throw first.
Paul Lewis
Game
doubles
on.
his lead.
$100. $58. $140.
Once again, another good performance this from Timothy. 3 140 so far.
60.
However,
$140.
needs to get on the board.
$140. Timothy the car, 121.
Has got time. Well,
57. $59. Timothy the car,
this has been his
64.
undoing. Scoring stakes fine. Doubling 0 from 3. And Lewis has just been able to bot the Peters up, but he's not on and out.
48. $55. Timothy the car, 16.
Double 8. We go back
Being
to
shown the third
2-1.
leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
And now he's on the board.
First. Game on.
Just what his performance deserved.
$100.
Paul Lewis has done the hard bit. He's got the breaker throw. He's got that in the bag. He's got that in the can.
100.
Timothy needs to find something big, you feel. You expect Paul Lewis to be around
45.
that sort of 18 dart range, 6 visits to the board. Going to force Timothy into something special.
100. $93. $60.
Needs to think about this. Has a look over. However, when you hit trebles,
137.
it does help the situation out immeasurably.
$180. Paul car,
What
126.
about when you hit all the trebles?
$86.
Chance for
Timothy
Verbrugghe.
car, 61.
Chance to level it up. Chance to give his throw back.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Timothy
just what his
Verbrugghe.
performance deserves. 2-2.
Fifth leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 92.38 here. 2 from 6 on the doubles. 14 data.
$41. $121.
Bit of an unfortunate deflection there with the last start for Paul Lewis, and some of that will come down to like the bomber-shaped barrel that he's got when the two sort of
100.
meaty parts of the dart collide. Not like the darts of MCEWAN where they'll just slide alongside.
60. $85. 140. 60.
This game at a crucial juncture. What a 140. What a 140 that is from Paul Lewis. He's himself on top
65,
after 12.
Paul 40.
And just when he's had Timothy rally back,
Game shot on the fifth
he
leg, Paul
stays
Lewis.
off the counter-attack. And he leads 3-2 with a breaker throw and
Six
now
leg Paul to
has
throw
the
first.
darts to win the
Game on.
contest.
$100. 100. 81. 140.
Paul Lewis has been the upset man so far today, hasn't he? He's beat two top players
58.
already today in Taylor and MCEWAN. And now he could be about to beat the form man, Timothy Verbrugghe.
45.
Just needs the one treble here to leave a finish. May look at the 18s.
56.
Didn't manage to find the treble, but it just feels like it's getting just a little bit stretched, a little bit edgy for the pair.
60.
Verbrugghe in a top of the table position. Paul Lewis just wanting to keep winning up there here on debut.
140.
Big
To the
visit
156.
from the big man.
However, nobody's been more likely to hit a tub plus out than Timothy today, but he's not going to find it here. And so Paul
85.
Lewis,
Paul the car,
66 points away from his third win of the day. But he's missed the big number, and now he has to hope for a miss.
34. Timothy the car, 71.
He's left himself on a double for the match, but is he going to get a go in this leg? Because Timothy has a dart at tops, which
51.
he cannot find.
Paul the car,
And so
32.
Paul Lewis, to
Game
beat
shot on the match,
each
Paul
of the
Lewis.
top three today, he adds another impressive scalp to his ever-growing tally. Paul Lewis beats Timothy Verbrugghe by 4 legs to 2, and now he moves himself onto 8 points, and now he is only a couple behind the top players in this group. I can't keep up with this. This is incredible. Time for a lie down, time for a break, time to refresh and get ready for our next game. Scott Taylor against Brian Raman. Wow. Well, it really is incredible, this Group A at the Modus Super Series, because each of the top 5 players are separated by just 2 points, and that's because of Paul Lewis's win against Timothy Verbrugghe before the break. As a matter of fact, everybody could have been separated by 4 if Brian Raman had beaten Jim McEwen in the game before that. It really has been one of the craziest Group A rides we have ever seen on the Super Series roller coaster. And we could get another twist, another turn here, because if Brian Raman beats Scott Taylor, at this juncture, everybody would be within 4 points of one another. Absolutely crazy, absolutely incredible. And if Neil Duff could then beat Jim McEwen after that, you'd have the top 4 players on 10 points, Paul Lewis on 8, and Brian Raman on 6. It really has been a mad day so far at the Modus Live Lounge. I wonder what drama we're going to get next. Scott Taylor, he is still one of the co-leaders, but he knows he's going to have to rest what has been a little bit of a blip on day 2, up against a man who's made significant improvements on day 2. And so how do these two meet in the middle, I suppose, is the
83.
Big question I pose of our expert analyst, Matthew Edgar.
100.
I hope you're not going to ask me for any predictions regarding this group, because
67.
there's just nothing in regards to the patterns of play, and that's what we do. We look at numbers, we look at results, and we look at patterns of play to see if we can
57.
try and find who could win the group, who could cause upsets. And at the moment, there is
82.
no obvious sign directional pattern that's giving us any indication into what may happen.
96.
The only certainty we have so far in this group is uncertainty. Sometimes in a Group A, you
99.
can picture a pattern of who's going to win what game or where. There's none of that in this group. Absolutely none of it.
100. Scott a car 170.
Taylor looking to hoist for a man of his own petard, but he's not going to be the latest to reel in the big
60.
fish.
Brandon car 148.
And a man isn't going to do any justice to the 148. Taylor's already taken out the 110 today. He
38.
did so in his
Scott the car
opening game against
110.
Neil Duff. Both players left on that to win this opening leg, but it is Taylor with first poke and first miss.
54. Brandon car 110.
Same finish, different route, different outcome.
90.
Just
Scott
below
car
the
56.
tops.
Getting shot on the first leg, Scott Taylor.
No problem on top, so Scott Taylor holds on to his
Second
throat.
leg, Brandon through first. Game on.
Improved performance throughout the day for Brian Raman, but just falling a tad short. And maybe for Brian Raman, you look at what's
94.
ahead and you look at how the table is now starting to separate. He's already 6 points away from a Group B place. It's not going to be long before we start thinking that Brian Raman's going to be taking a lineup in Group C, and at that point,
95.
you look at the players that's going to be in Group C, and you think, Raman, maybe we'll fancy his
140.
chances. That's going to be his destiny to get through, because he's getting better as the week goes on. And you do feel
60.
that the Thursday-Friday campaign may be more fruitful.
100.
Even if the results don't yield, I think he'll walk out of today, as things stand, much happier than he did yesterday.
100.
That's for
Brandon
sure.
car 167.
Performances have been much better. Results could have been a bit better.
60.
Because even despite the upturn in form, hasn't coincided with an upturn in results. There's only one from 3
96.
so far on
Brandon
this
car
Tuesday.
107. $79. Scott a car 150.
14 with Dart 3 leads herself on double 14. Another one of them. Oh, this is excellent. Double 18. Would have been magnificent.
132. Brand new car 28. Getting shot on the second leg. Brian Raman.
He likes that double. 1-1.
Third leg, Scott to throw first. Game on. $60. 59.
Players' Championship action gets underway from 1 o'clock in Milton Keynes. Any fancies for yourself today for that, Matt?
I don't think you can ever really fancy a player as such in that, but one of the most interesting stories is the race for the World Match Play. The cut-off ends on
92.
The end of play tomorrow, so we'll know the full lineup. And at the moment, James Wade not in a qualifying position for the first time since 2006.
57.
He's currently £500 outside of the qualification place, and he's drawn Alan Suter in the opening round. So
58.
An interesting story, and throughout the day there, we've got a lot of players as well that you normally see here at the Super Series getting their invites off the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. We'll let you know how they get on.
180.
Taylor here ticking along
64.
very nicely indeed. He's got 6 on this 1-2-4 to open up a 2-1 advantage.
40.
Another one of them really puts the pressure on this 84, which perhaps should have been smaller. It may only be a dart at the bullseye here. May not even be that. And suddenly here, Raman could steal this leg from underneath Scott Taylor's nose. It's a leg he looked like he was completely out of. It's a leg he nearly won on the bull.
48.
Tops for Taylor.
13. Round the car 25.
Just losing the line now, isn't he?
That
double has plagued Brian Raman throughout the day.
Getting shot on the third leg, Scott Taylor.
Raman in the last game lost 2 legs by missing a double 8, and he's done so again, and that again brings up those patterns of play that then start to eke in, because then when you're throwing at a double 8, you remember those missed opportunities.
59.
You're getting the sense that there's 1 or 2 tired darts being thrown now.
45.
Maybe tired darts, maybe edgy darts, because it is that point of the tournament now where it shapes. We're just saying how many more games can we give it before we start talking about Brian Raman and Group C.
$180.
Hoping that's the beginning of a
57.
Step up in quality for Scott. That first dart, perfectly laid for dart 2 and 3 to find the treble, but can only follow with 1.
$43. $41.
This game has been hard work for the pair, which will make the win in this fixture taste a little bit sweeter.
100. Scott the car 135.
Tom plus out. I'll tell you what, if he finds the trouble here, he had the perfect guide for the bull.
49. Round the car 114.
But this 114 for a man to screw up at 2 apiece. Treble 18. No, decides to stay there for double 17.
Scott the car 86.
Another chance there for a man to get another leg on the board. But this could end up hurting.
70. Round your car 34.
Straight at it, straight in, 2-2.
Fifth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
Not looking too settled, is he, right now, Raman?
100.
Maybe just still living those moments, those missed opportunities in
54.
previous games and legs. Maybe his mind has already started moving to that thought pattern we was talking about of
57.
when does the Group C conversation start being had?
100. 140.
That's Scott's first
100.
140 of the contest, and it's taken him to the latter ends of leg 5 to find it. Admittedly, he's had a couple of maxis,
96.
but the radar just been a little bit off colour for him.
97. Scott the car 108.
That was a lovely guide. Well,
100.
Brian could go
Bonnecar,
any manner of
150.
ways for this, but decides to go conventional.
70. Scott the car 8.
2-2 to 3-2. Now up for the Madhouse.
No score.
Not
Brand new
found,
car.
and so Raman
Score's not up.
is going to be back for 80.
Brand new car 80.
One dart. Full of break.
40.
Is missed.
Scott requires 8.
Missed again. Will be what Raman is thinking. He just can't get control of this game.
2 2s.
6.
May have lost him the leg.
Brand requires 40.
This is becoming hard work.
Game shot on the
But
fifth
Raman
leg.
crawls his way in front. He finds the break and now throws to win the contest.
Game on. $95.
Chasing it around the board and finds the treble with the last dart in hand. Feel like
95.
Raman would need to get the job done here. Now he's got that breaker throw confirmed.
36.
But nothing coming easy for Raman, despite the improved level of play.
59.
He does get away with the slip.
$58.
But he might not get away with it twice.
$42.
Scott Taylor really could have got a bit of control of this group.
$100.
And as you have it, Raman seemingly has this game in the palm of his hands.
95.
6 starts from 2-12 to get the job done and to seal a 4-2 victory. It would just keep him on the outside of the conversation, at least. But importantly, it would keep him in the
56.
mix for Group B. But Treble's turn is just open up the door a little bit for Scott. If he can find a couple of trebles,
84.
he finds
Brand
one.
car 156.
And Raman isn't going to win this match of a 1-5-6.
55. Scott the car
Taylor,
126.
1-2-6 to take us all the way.
The trebles have dried up for Raman in this
46.
what could be a deciding
Bonnecar,
leg, but he only
101.
needs one more to give himself a match dart.
81. Scott the car 80.
And so this 80 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Tops.
40.
Doesn't
Brand new
go.
car 20.
And so Brian Raman has 3 in his hand at double 10 to seal a 4-2 victory And a 4-2 win it will be for Brian Raman. It's another slip up from Scott Taylor, who is relinquishing this lead at the top of the table. And now Brian Raman moves him for the top. Still not overly happy, still not overly satisfied, but he will take the positives in terms of the results from that particular encounter. 4-2 Raman. Taylor relinquishing his lead at the top of the table, 3 on 10, but Taylor is slipping away as the games go along. Timothy Verbrugghe and Jim McEwen, well, they are going to be playing in the next couple of matches. McEwen up next against Neil Duff. Now, if he wins this next game, the top 4 on 10 after 9 matches.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
On the second leg, Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Brian Raman got the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2. And so it opens up the door here for Neil Duff and Jim McEwen in our 12th fixture of the day. If Neil Duff wins this, we go into the final round of fixtures on this Tuesday afternoon with 4 players tied on 10 points. Paul Lewis on 8. And Brian Raman, bottom of the table, only 4 points off the top of the table. It's been a very strange day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We call today moving day. Well, it has moved for 1 or 2, but one thing that we have learnt about today is we're none the wiser in terms of the direction of this group. There was an expectation maybe at the beginning of proceedings that Messrs McEwen and Taylor would play better stuff and then possibly won away with proceedings, but it's actually been the exact opposite as far as today is concerned. It's been that man in your picture, Neil Duff, 59. Who, in fairness to him, did say to me this morning that expect a big day from him. So far, he has had a big day, and even in the game he lost, that was only to a player of a ton-plus average.
See, I'm going to disagree with something you said there. You said one thing we've done today, or one thing we've learnt today. I don't think we've learned anything about today. This is exactly what I expected to happen, that this is going to go down to the wire. It's going to go right down to the final day's worth of play, because the players in that top half can certainly all beat each other, and We've seen Paul Lewis raise his levels today. Brian Raman starting to find his feet.
45.
This is a tight group that I don't think we're going to know who's going to be winning it till maybe even the last lap of fixtures tomorrow, and it could even go down to legs.
So we actually have learnt something.
59.
We've learnt that you're right again.
Again.
And another one. Well, these two have had some real high-profile
57.
battles over the years, not just in auditoriums like this, but also on the Lakeside stage, where Jim McEwen led by 3-0, only for Neil Duff to snuff him at the line,
140.
winning by 4-3, then go on and lift that Lakeside title. Well, that's the star that he has on the back of his shirt, and he's got off to the brighter start of the pair in this particular match.
125.
He's got 6 darts at 193 to pick up the opening spoils of this contest. Yesterday,
133.
Duff won this fixture by 4 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under 90, and that was despite missing 12 darts at a double. Pinder 112 outshot in that particular fixture. That was when Neil went 2 from 2 in the group, and then the rest of the day never quite materialised.
Neil car 60.
And he has a dart at tops here, and now double 10 to take out the opening leg.
Getting shown the first
Finds
leg
it last
here, though.
dart in hand, just keeping Jim McEwen at bay.
Second leg, Jim to throw first. Game on. One on the 80.
Well, if you're going to try keep him at bay again, it's going to have to be through some brilliance, because that a perfect start from
99.
Jim McEwen, finding the opening max of the match. Been a good group for maximum hitting. Surprisingly, Jim McEwen, one of the lowest 180 hitters in this group. That just his 8th maximum so far. Scott Taylor on 9. Neil Duff on 7. Paul Lewis on 9. Brian Raman on 7. But the
60.
biggest 180 hitter of this group, Timothy Verbrugghe. 11 maximums so far in 9 games of darts. 11 maximums, 6 ton-plus finishes.
100.
Well, McEwen is on for another 11 darter in this group.
125. Jimmy car 81.
I've had a handful of these so far this week. I'm not going to get another one here. However, McEwen does have the luxury of time to square this match up. Didn't have to chase around the ball with Duff on 217.
41.
But he's going to leave himself on tops after 12.
$139. Jimmy car 40.
And there is now pressure on this tops. Double 10. Can you just clip that off the barrel? Yes, is your emphatic
Game shown on
answer.
the second leg. Jim
No
McEwen.
mistake. 1-1.
Third leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
I know you like your facts and your stats, Matt. The record for 4 threes in a day is
125.
9.
You need a very evenly balanced group to get that one beaten. And well,
41.
what we've got here, we've got a very, very balanced group where no one's really able to take the advantage. You can see that just when we saw the table. Only 2
100.
points separating first and fifth positions.
I genuinely think there'll be a day where, in a Group B or something, probably a Group B where every game goes 4-3. It will happen one day.
83. 100. $96.
All right, love another treble here. Finds another treble here to leave himself on a double after 12. Well, this has been a game dominated by the player throwing 13 legs.
Something we've said quite a lot throughout the day, and you can see that in regards to the amount of people that have won with the
121,
throw.
new car 36.
Certainly in the early part of the day.
On the third leg, Neil Duff.
Solid again from Duff. 13 data to hold on to his throw.
Fourth leg, Jim to throw
averaging
first.
just shy of a ton.
Well, just to illustrate your point, 7 of the first 8 games today went with throw.
$140. $23. $96.
I'm not surprised to see the frustration coming in here for Neil Duff at the moment, because so strong on the throw and then not doing much on the
125.
Jim McEwen darts. Good recovery though from Neil Duff. I suppose it's not how you start a visit, it's how you end it. But despite that, a couple of trebles.
59.
Still needs a Max Sheffield to play any part within this leg.
140 are keeping an interested
100.
party, but it's now very much advantage Jim McEwen to square this contest up at 2 apiece. A game, as I mentioned at the beginning of the leg, it's just been dominated by whoever's thrown first. Maxi to leave himself on double 13.
180.
Well, he's left himself on a double after a dozen. But it's the Baker's
60.
dozen double he's
Jimmy
left
Carr,
himself
26.
on. Bread and butter if he hits it first up. Now there's options. Now there's a bit of confusion that could creep in here. Double 4.
18.
Well, at least that was the good miss.
$99. Jim Lucar 8.
Well, is he within range now, is Neil Duff? Should McEwen make the slip? Double 1, a finish he kept trying to leave at all occasions yesterday.
No score. Neil Lucar 94.
He's not able to take it out here. The missed doubles continue for Jim McEwen, which has been a bit of the story of the day.
This would be a steal. But Duff
54.
unable to take out the
Jimmy Carr
94.
8.
And so to eventually get this 4th leg won. Back down for double 2.
Game show
This
on the
time he
fourth leg. Jim
finds.
McEwen.
And squared up this contest is at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Again, when Neil Duff gets the advantage of throw,
140.
opens straight up with a treble 20 once again. You do sometimes get in the habit in a longer game where with the throw you've got that level of focus, and without
100.
it you sort of almost see it as a free roll, but you don't get that chance in this short format game. You don't get that here at the Super Series. It's a race to 4 all the way through.
60.
Got to try and be on it and concentrated for every single one of those legs.
McEwen looking to make his move.
125. 97.
One treble just about keeps him in control, although McEwen can steal the ascendancy of a couple of trebles. A little bit like that.
140.
He's first to it out. How handily can Duff leave it here?
Getting into that big exchange moment again. Where
54.
you can just put it in your
Jim
hands, you
Lucar,
can make it
136.
just a little bit more comfortable. Or as comfortable as it can be within this Group 8. Because nothing has come with comfort. But double 8 for McEwen.
120. Neil
To
Lucar,
break the throw of Neil
150.
Duff. Neil Duff got a lot of work to do from here. If he's to rescue the situation. Can't do it. Over to you, Jim McEwen.
60. Jim Lucar, 16.
To take the lead. He does.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
finds
leg.
it
Jim
last start in
McEwen.
hand. He takes the lead, and as far as that means now in regards to the live
Six leg Jim
in-play
to third
table,
first.
Jim
Game
McEwen
on.
will be top of the table. 2 points clear from Scott Taylor and Verbrugghe. And a little bit of daylight starting to appear with one lap of fixtures still to
60.
go.
However, you wouldn't put it past Neil Duff to mount a bit of a comeback charge.
140.
And that 140 is now put him in charge of leg 6.
Nine.
We've seen a 9! We've seen a 9!
$95. $100.
Well, Duff here has this 6th leg in the palm of his hands. Just needs to hammer home the authority
99.
that he's got in it. Leads himself on a finish on 167. McEwen could have only left to finish with a maxi from that particular point.
60. Neil Lucar, 167.
So it gives Neil 6 and 167 to take this game all the way to a deciding leg.
60.
He knows that he could make major inroads in this game, but he's unable to do so. And that's why the frustration is eeping over.
But that just encourages your opponent when you see
140. Neil
man in
Lucar,
front of you
107.
reacting. When you see them being visibly disappointed.
87. Jim Lucar,
McEwen,
132.
chance to get the job done. Will start on the bullseye, you feel. Bull and 25 both keep the shot open. Treble 19 to put him back into the middle. Won't go. And Duff
60.
to take us the
Neil Lucar,
distance.
20.
To level the game. To
Game
break
shot
the
on the
throw.
sixth leg. Neil Duff.
To become the favourite once again to win this match. He is a leg away from
Seventh and final leg.
going
Neil
on
to
to
throw
10
first.
points
Game
himself
on.
and having 4 players in joint first position, only separated by legs.
It was
60.
inevitable, wasn't it? 7 legs between this pair. But Neil Duff, kicking off treblers, has opened up the door for McEwen. A door
140.
which he has opened. Ton for Duff. The ascendancy still with Chucky.
$100.
Beautiful darts from Duff. When he needed them the
140.
most.
$100.
How big could that last dart in that treble 20 be for Jim McEwen?
Keeps his hopes alive, keeps his chances, and especially now when he looks at the board, he'll be happy with what he's seen from
100.
Duff. Same scenario, big last dart, and he had to come around the darts that was in the way. But this is a finish we've seen a few times already today. In the context, though, this would be the biggest.
124. Neil Carr, 101.
Not to be for McEwen. But what can Duff make of the 101? Well, that could be the biggest miss of his group so far, because
36.
McEwen's going to come back
Jim
to move
McCarr,
himself on to
37.
12 points and to open up a 4-point gap between himself and Neil Duff, and to put himself outright top of the table. It's double 18. It's
James
McEwen
Sullivan,
who's in
Jim
charge. Chucky flies to the top of the table. He gets the better of Neil Duff in a last leg decider, courtesy of a 14-darter in the final leg. Well, that's how the game's gone. A couple of games now, Neil Duff's averaging in excess of 19. He hasn't won the match. McEwen going over the line, despite missing 12 darts at a double in the contest. So, we are about to start the final round of matches. 3 more games to go. Brian Raman and Timothy Verbrugghe is coming up next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the mat. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final round of fixtures are upon us on this second day at the Live Lounge. Before the break, we saw Jim McEwen get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. Brian Raman and Paul Lewis also victors in that previous round. This is how the table looks then. As a consequence of that, McEwen moves to the top of the pile with a 2-point lead from Timothy and Scott, respectively. Neil Duff and Paul Lewis all on 8. Brian Raman on 6 points in the group. So, let's kick off the final leg, shall we? Brian Raman and Timothy Verbrugghe, the two Belgians going toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge. And Brian, just having a word with Paul Hinks about something. Looks like it's all in good nature. I wonder if it's about the football or something. I hope for Hinksy's sake he hasn't spoken to Brian about the football, because Belgium very underwhelmingly went out to the European Championships yesterday. Forget about a Belgian waffle. It was a bit of a Belgian flop yesterday when it came to the football. Going out to a side who hasn't even scored from open play so far at the European Championships.
Brian to throw first.
France has scored 3 goals at the Euros, 2 own goals and a Kylian Mbappe penalty. However, Belgium still rise to number 2 in the FIFA World Rankings, of course.
60.
Anyway, to the darts.
$41. $100. $43.
Well, the way this group has been going, a win here for Brian Raman will keep him interested going
92.
into tomorrow, because it'll mean he'll only be 4 points away from the top position. Keep everyone in with a genuine chance of topping the group.
140.
Well, there is a conceivability that Taylor and McEwen could win just
85.
2 games all day, but still be the top 2 in the table if Taylor beats McEwen in the final game of the session. That's how crazy today has
28.
been.
Brandon Carr 164.
Triple 18 decide to stay there with Verbrugghe on a
100.
finish. It's going to be next time, though. He's going to be now.
177. Brandon Carr 64.
1 dart. Double 18.
28.
Don't go.
Timothy the Carr 72. Game shot on the first leg.
Beautiful
Timothy
finishing
Verbrugghe.
again from Timothy Verbrugghe.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
The wry smile from Brian Raman. Probably feeling like he doesn't get away with too much, doesn't get away with too many missed opportunities, but that's the nature of this group. That's
100.
the quality that this group possess.
Life at the highest level for you.
42. $140.
And talking of the highest level, you've got to say Verbrugge's been playing darts today at the highest level.
57.
His worst performance today has been 86, his best 101, and everything in between. It has been a solid day of action. He's answering that question of, is this level of
140.
improvement we've seen from Timothy a sustained level, or was it a good day? I think the more I'm seeing from him, the
100.
more we can say
Timothy
that
Carr,
this is actually
121.
the new level of Timothy Verbrugghe.
He's taken his opportunity in leg 1 and ran, and he's going to go for the
Getting shot
ball
on
for
the
the
second leg.
1-2-1.
Timothy Verbrugghe.
That is his 5th tub plus checker of the day. The bullseye's
Third leg,
like a
Brian to throw
magnet
first.
for
Game
him.
on.
He leads 2-0. And in the blink of an eye, Brian Raman's back is well and firmly against the wall.
43.
And once again, you would never know by just looking purely at his face.
180.
I would dare say if he goes on to hit a 9-darter here, it would be the most uncelebrated 9-darter
85.
in history.
Are you calling a 9-darter after visit 1? Are you calling a 9-darter after visit 1? Well, you'd be foolish to do so.
140.
However, he's on for yet another 11.
140.
Not
60.
anymore. However, look what he's left again. 1-2-1 after 9 again.
133.
And this time there's going to be more sizable pressure on the 1-2-1. And because of that, he's not going to take it out. But Raman's going to have to get on the board by hitting a ton top himself.
45. Brown car 100.
Top, surely. No. Went across for
34.
54 with dart 2.
76.
Beautiful first dart. Beautiful second. It's a 14 darter. It's a 3-0 lead. It's 3 from 3 on the doubles. It is superb. And Brian Raman can just smile in the background because that's all you can do. He's being hit with an average of just under 105.
And they're all decent combination finishes, these, where he needs a treble 43. And a double as part of the combo. Really, really good performance from Timothy.
122.
One thing we know about Raman, even when he gets disappointed, he'll still dig deep.
$140. $43. $94. 56. 44.
Raman needs to find a couple of trebles here.
47.
You feel that was a bit of a throwaway dart there for Raman. Frustration maybe starting to eke into the game.
40.
Eke into the throw.
Well, this will be some way
83.
to finish.
Tip of the car.
If he gets this,
check 47. Through the
it'll
car.
be his 6th ton plus checkout of the day. He started with a ton plus checkout. Doesn't look like he's going to end the day with a ton plus checkout. But what he is going to do is leave himself in superb stead.
98.
He just knew he was going to try and fill up that shot. Try and find the maximum. 88. That's the first dart missed at a double for Timothy Verbrugghe. Make
26.
that 2.
Brown car 46. $14.
Again,
Timothy
2
car
darts
16.
right on the wire. But it could be job done for Verbrugghe.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
is.
match, Timothy
Timothy gets over the line. It's a disappointing way for Brian Raman to end his day. He ends with an average in the mid-70s. But that was a fantastic performance once again from Timothy Verbrugghe. An average of 91. Finishing today for Verbrugghe. 5 big ton plus outs. He has been the best 180 hitter. He's probably been the most consistent player. And he will be joining Jim McEwan at the top of the table on 12 points following that game. Coming up next, we've got Paul Lewis taking on Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Timothy Verbrugghe, who's won a load of games this week, has played some fantastic games this week. Timothy, many congratulations on a fantastic day today. Just sum up how you feel right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good today. It's been a good day, playing very well, above everything I think. So yeah, I hope I can do better tomorrow.
And it started pretty much from the very first leg, those 3 ton plus outs in that first match against Jim McEwen. You just felt as if everything just clicked from the very first start.
Yeah, it was like a very big boost, especially the 161 throughout. Yeah, big boost.
How good are you traditionally at ton plus checkouts? Because you had 5 today altogether.
Yeah, I didn't count it, but yeah, I'm happy with it. So let's leave it with that.
We were speaking just before we went on air about what you've been doing between your first visit here and your second visit here. And you were saying that you were practicing a lot back home, obviously back home, trying to get ready for a second appearance here. Do you feel like that hard work's really paying off this time?
Yeah, it does. I before I came the first time, I did 3 tournaments a month. Now I play every week, like 3 tournaments. So yeah, it's a big difference.
What was your expectations when you walked in the door on Monday, and have they changed a little bit because you've done so well?
Yeah, the way of playing now is much better. So my expectation was a little higher. I wanna go to next time. The first time I was like places 5. Now I wanna go above. So it's good now.
And you're joint top of the table at the moment. Do you dare to dream?
Yeah, I dare to dream it, but we'll see. It's next day. If it goes very well, I hope I can reach on Saturday, so we'll see.
Well, Timothy, many congratulations. Been great watching you the last couple of days. We'll see you again tomorrow. We've got a couple more games to go, kicking off with Paul Lewis against Neil Duff. Matthew Redgers up in commentary.
Thank you, Henry. And we're going from one player who's had a good day to another in regards to Paul Lewis, who's had a much more improved day today than he had yesterday. He lost his opening 4 games before picking up a victory in the last against Brian Raman. Today it could be the total opposite. He could start the day with a defeat to Brian Raman before going through the card and winning the other 4 matches. He's already taken on the 3 players in the top 3 positions. Jim McEwen and Timothy Verbrugghe both at the top on 12 points, and Scott Taylor in 3rd position on 10. And it's been a successful hunting ground for Paul Lewis, picking up victory in all 3 of those games.
First leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
Neil Duff will be more than fair warned about the danger that Paul Lewis could possess in this fixture. Not only the fact he's been winning games, but the averages, the statistics starting to climb. The last 2 games for Paul Lewis, he's averaged over the 90, but it's the doubles that have stood out the most. In his last 2 games, he has taken just 11 darts to win his 8 legs.
60.
For Neil Duff, he will see a chance, he'll see an opportunity here.
140.
That a victory could put him into a good position going into tomorrow's decision day for this Group A place.
100.
Reminder, only the top place will take a lineup in Saturday night. And then we'll divvy up the rest of the players into Groups B and
85.
C. Timothy Verbrugghe, daring to dream.
100.
He said he wants to get higher than that 5th place position last time. I'm fairly confident he will from the position he currently sits in.
140.
Neil Duff currently 4th, Paul Lewis currently in that 5th position.
124. Neil Lucas 76.
Tops for Duff.
36.
Quite a
Paul
way
Lucas,
over the
59.
top there. Neil Duff and unable to cash in or break a throw at the first chance, and this has been the strength for Paul Lewis for the last couple of games, and it continues to be a strength for Paul Lewis.
Second leg, Neil through first. Game on. $85.
It's a real good recovery when you look at that opening game for Paul Lewis, who didn't manage to get a single dart after double.
$140.
But just makes you think what is going to happen for the career of Paul Lewis as he moves forward. He's only been playing serious darts since October of 2023. Only just started practicing properly. He said he just was hit and miss with the sport. Never really took it too seriously. Preferred the more guaranteed income that come with his singing career.
57. Neil Lucar 96.
Well, he'll be picking up a few pounds the way he's playing here this week.
Well, I suppose Paul Lewis could have the insurance policy of even if he doesn't qualify, we could get his 2 aces band to perform before the action gets underway on Saturday.
I think that should happen regardless, yes.
58. Neil Lucar
But this
58.
way, we've had worse musical performances on that stage. Tots for Duff for 14 Darton to level up at 1-1.
Getting shot on the second leg, Neil Duff.
I think you're going to get a more aggressive
Game on.
Neil Duff in this last game of his day, just because I think what happened in that last game would really have annoyed him. Because he knows he really would have put himself in position with a win against Jim McEwen, losing out on the last leg to decide after really he did all the hard work to get himself there.
121. $85.
Got to say wow in regards to what is happening at Milton Keynes for the Pro Tour. 9 seeds going out in the first lap of fixtures. Out of 16 seeds, 9 eliminated.
Including Luke Littler losing to another one of our graduates from last year, Robert Grundy. Remember the man from up in the northeast who came here originally as a qualifier, missed out the first time, then went on to win his week.
Well, Cam Crabtree, who nearly won the series here last time, is currently 5-0 up as well. He's a player we expect
55.
to see back here in the very near future, and expect to see challenging for that top honour once again.
Very much in the enjoy him whilst
81.
he's here category, because I don't think we're going to see him for very long. Duff's turned this game around to some tune. From 1-0 down, he's on the cusp of a 2-1 lead. Could do so with 2 5-visit legs.
Neil Lucar 89.
20 and bull. Bullseye. To turn the tide just underneath.
120.
And now Lewis is looking to climb the ladder, but he goes wide with dart 1, and so Duff will return for 25 to
80.
put his nose in front for the first time in this contest.
He's going to have to burn a dart now. Wayward. Double 1 for Duff.
No score. Paul Lucar 40.
This, as we've mentioned, is the strength of Paul Lewis.
Getting shot on the third leg. Paul Lewis.
Doesn't let him down, a shake of the head. That's probably due to how wild that first dart was, but it's all about taking it out. Don't matter whether it's dart 1, 2 or 3. Stop your opponent coming back to the board, and that's what he did. Functional doubling there from Paul Lewis.
100. $134. $40.
Well, what looked like after game 3
$96.
a day full of promise for Neil Duff could turn into An evening full of nightmares in the end for him.
140. $58. $46. $43.
Lewis does leave himself on the fish, which was hit against him yesterday by Raman. Duff looking to leave himself on something much more makeable to level this contest up at 2-2.
170.
Another one of them. Leaves the bullseye for a big fish of his own.
121.
Wild.
Neil the car, 118.
Wild dart from Paul Lewis. Bullseye for Neil Duff.
79.
Bit closer.
Paul the
but
car,
still
49.
very far away, and Paul Lewis a chance to break the Neil Duff throat and look to reverse the fortunes of yesterday.
33. Neil
The
the car,
doubles let him
59.
down at the most crucial moment, and Duff breathes again.
And so double 16 to take this contest into a best of 3 scenario.
23.
Unable to do so.
Paul
So
the car,
Paul Lewis
16.
has 3 clear darts in his hand to break the throw of Duff, to lead 3-1, and then have the throw to win the contest. Double 4, 1 left. Unable to
No
find.
score. Neil the car, 16.
And so Duff comes back for double 8. 2 4s. The misses are becoming
Game shown on the
infectious,
fourth
but
leg. Neil Duff.
Duff manages to square this game up 2-2.
Fifth leg, Paul the through first. Game on.
One more game to go after this one. Jim
60.
McEwen and Scott Taylor will finish off proceedings. 2 former series champions to finish off the day.
60. $84.
Good game about to warm up on board 14 of the Pro Tour. Johnny Clayton up against Jeffrey DeGraff, who I don't think we saw the best from here in hindsight. We thought at the time maybe
83.
Jeffrey has played well, but maybe could do some damage to the world champion. I don't think we expect him to then have the 6 months that he's had since.
60.
More renaissance in his career for the Dutch Swede.
$85.
Well, doors open here for Duff to break in lead 3-2 after Lewis missed opportunities himself to move in a leg of winning the match. And that's how you do it, by hitting a maximum to leave yourself on 61 after 12. How about this, though, for a response?
127. Neil the car, 61.
Too good. 2 4s.
57.
But not 3-2.
Paul the car, 62.
One dart. Oh, it's going to be a double 6.
56.
It's an unexpected
Neil the car, 4.
double of opportunity, shall we say, there for Paul Lewis. You'll
Game
get
shot on
no
the fifth
more
leg, Neil
further
Duff.
opportunities in this leg. Neil Duff breaks the throw, walks straight down the oche,
Sixth leg, Neil
commands the
the through
stage.
first. Game on.
He's a leg away from being just 2 points away from the top of the table.
Just keeping himself interested. Just keeping himself in
100.
there. Don't forget, back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. to see how proceedings will end
58.
in this group. Myself and Matt will be back for the action.
$100. 60. 100.
'Well, the frustration really creeping in now for Paul Lewis, and Neil Duff has got the opportunity to
43.
hammer the ascendancy that he's got home. 201 points away from the victory post and from 10 points. He'll be on the positive
41.
side of the scoreboard today, but he knows that there's probably points that he's left out there, particularly in that game against Jim McEwen. But Paul Lewis, the
55.
day has just
Neil
come to
Duff,
a
160.
grinding halt. This could be some way to end the day. But Duff isn't going to find the second treble. What he is going to do is leave himself on double 10.
$58. Neil Duff, 20.
Well, this to end the day with a win. To keep himself at least in contention. It's been a better day for Neil Duff. And he will end proceedings on 10 points. He keeps himself an interesting spectator, but now he has to hope that Scott Taylor beats Jim McEwen in the last game of the session. It's been a day where Neil's played some good stuff, but maybe not got all the results that he would have wanted. He beats Paul Lewis 4-2 in that game, and we got another game of darts to bring you, the last game of darts to bring you. Jim McEwen up against Scott Taylor. This could go off for a bit of a pop. So, to our final game of the session here. at the Modus Super Series, and it sees Jim McEwen and Scott Taylor go toe-to-toe. A win for McEwen would see him open up a 2-point gap at the top of the table, but if Scott Taylor can pick up the spoils in the final contest of the day, then we'll have 3 players all tied on 12 points at the top of the table. And I mean that despite only winning 2 games, the pair today, Taylor and McEwen would still be 2 of the players to beat.
Game on.
These 2 very good friends off the hockey, but they will put friendships aside and rivalries to the forefront here. The meeting between the pair yesterday was nothing to write home about at all.
100.
In matter of fact, the pair joked about how poor they were in that particular contest. McEwen running out a 4-0 winner. They have an average
60.
of 78. But we expect this to be better, Matt, don't we?
Yeah, it's very different 9:30 on a Monday morning compared to game 10 when we're already in the meat and gravy of the event.
180.
I mean, it's already better just by seeing that 180 from Jim McEwen.
97.
Scott Taylor's got to be happy, though, because he's not played well at all. He's not played to the levels we know he can at any point so far this week. But yet, he's still within touching distance of the top.
Do you remember we said at the start of the day, Timothy at 7-1 could
92.
be the shout of the day? I'd love to know what he goes into at the beginning of tomorrow's session.
96.
25-1 at the beginning of proceedings.
29.
I don't think there'll be too much movement, though, to be honest. Although he's played really well, he's in there with a lot of proven characters, and I think that's what the odds compilers
59.
are going to make note of, the fact of the likes of McEwen, Scott Taylor, Neil Duff. 3 players that are very tried and tested, and the man at the bottom of the table, Brian Raman,
Junior
doing
car
number
70.
1 at one point, and the tour card holder.
Tops. 1-0
on the
McEwen,
first leg,
14
Jim McEwen.
Carter. 3 legs away from having the outright lead at the end of day
Second leg,
2.
Scots is through first. Game on. $140.
Although it is perhaps ironic that the
140.
one time we haven't had a Dutch player in a Group A is the night where the Dutch play a big game in the football a bit later.
140.
Playing Romania in the European Championship last 16 tonight at 5 o'clock. Good luck to all of our Dutch friends.
44.
England play Switzerland at 8 o'clock on 5 o'clock on Saturday evening. Scotland
140.
play next in a qualifying match. Well, Taylor had a couple of 11 darts in the game against Timothy Verbrugghe yesterday.
57. Scott the car 81.
Tops for 12.
41. $60. Scott the car 40.
For a level game with
Game shot on
two
the second
very
leg,
solid
Scott
holes to
Taylor.
throw. How many times have we said that so far today? The player throwing first, just
Third leg, Jim to throw
absolutely
first.
dominating leg
Game
and
on.
proceedings.
I suppose
100.
because we've had so many today, I suppose it's best we finish off with another full free, Matt, isn't it?
57.
Well, I know a lot of people play along at home with these games that we have here at the Super Series, and I think one of the things that you could say is that leg market, the over 5.5 legs, so the games go sort of 4-2, 4-3,
58.
would be a very popular market today, and I reckon it'll be the same again tomorrow in regards to how tight these groups are.
They're your prime time picks.
I just think if you backed every game over 5.5 legs, you'll probably be better off than worse off.
They were much better than Duzz's tips, weren't they?
He didn't get too much right, did he?
59. $125. $84. Scott the car, 139.
Little bit of showbiz. Oh, almost the 139. Going for Taylor.
Break opportunity now.
140. Scott the car, 52.
Scott Taylor. 2 darts.
42. Jim Lucar,
2 darts
60.
missed. 2 opportunities. You don't get too many of them when you're taking on a player and an operator like Jim McEwen.
$25, sorry. Scott the car,
However,
10.
McEwen passes a couple of chances by. A rare reprieve for Taylor. Everybody now doing everything in their right to leave double one,
No
but that
score.
first
Jim
dart
Lucar,
into the
35.
single three may have offset him. Both players cutting a figure of frustration.
Well, they know what it means. They've both been here many times before in this sort of environment. A change of plan for McEwen.
$29. Scott Lucar,
But
10.
plan B gives us the same result as plan A. That's a miss for McEwen. And it is becoming infectious.
8. Jim Lucar, 6.
And so McEwen down for double three to win leg three. And it
Game shot
goes
on the third
2-1.
leg. Jim McEwen.
Third successive holder
Fourth
throw
leg
in
Scott
this
to throw
match.
first. Game on. $60. $100. $60.
McEwen looking to turn the screw.
140.
Break it. He'll lead 3-1 and then have the darts in the next. And this is how quickly the tide could turn on an encounter like this.
125. $91.
Well, he's left himself on a finish, even if it is the biggest one of the lot.
41.
Won't need to
Jim
take it
Lucar,
out.
170.
Be nice if he did, though. But he's not going to.
$60.
He has to stay straight to lead himself on the fish. But he does not
85.
rely of dart 1 and 2.
Junior
But
car
what a dart.
110.
What a dart dart 3 was. And so actually that difference means he goes from the big fish to the
74.
little fish. And
Scotty
he'll be
car
hoping that this leg is in a
130.
cardboard box and sent to his address. Oh, another. Bullseye.
105.
Oh no.
Junior car 36.
Well, this is for the break of throw. This is a 3-1, and it'll mean that Jim McEwen will be throwing for an overnight lead in the table. Double mine is not fine. Taylor comes back. Even he's shaking his head in the background.
34.
He's left himself on double 1.
Scotty car 25.
Is it going to be relevant? Yes,
19.
is the answer.
Junior car 2.
Lots of missed opportunities here. Both players could have had the
Game
job
shot on
done,
the
but it's
fourth leg.
McEwen
Jim
that's
McEwen.
getting the job done here. Breaker throw. He will now have 3
Fifth leg, Jim to
opportunities
first.
to
Game
open up a gap at the top of the table, 2 of which he'd have the throw. You'd make McEwen a strong favourite from here. Certainly finding the treble with the opening dart.
140.
Great 140, that from McEwen. Put Scott under all sorts of pressure.
140.
But that's a great response. The response of a champion. These are 2 former champions going head to head. And McEwen is just digging in and just trying
121.
to grind the result out.
$30.
That pained expression sums up how Scott Taylor feels right now. Because he knows the way Jim's playing in this leg. He is going to get opportunity to win this match right here, right now.
125.
Well, after all of the drama, it looks like it's going to be McEwen who's
100.
going to top the table
Jimmy
overnight.
car 115.
Because he's got time on his hands, the 115 to get the job done. Double 20. Yes, dart at double 18 for the match to finish with a ton topper.
97.
Just inside.
I don't think McEwen's one of those players that worry too much about what double they're on. And it's right near
64.
a target that he's been trying to
Jimmy
leave,
car
that double
18.
12.
2 9s.
No
Doesn't
score.
go.
Scotty car 167.
But boy, would this be a power play if the 167 went.
2 trebles for a dart at the ball.
80.
He just
Junior
sort of
car
threw that
18.
last dart away in a bit of anger and frustration.
Game shot. and
But
the
Jim
match,
McEwen will top the pile going into the final day's play. It hasn't been classic for Chucky today, but it's been enough to get into the top of the table. He will have a 2-point lead going into tomorrow's action. He beat Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 1 in the final game of the day. McEwen, the man who's at the top of the perch, and what will be an intriguing last day's worth of action. Myself and Matt will talk all about it in a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where day 2 is done and dusted. Myself and Matt have been watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we have seen on our second day's worth of action. Well, it's been an intriguing day. Tim McEwen's going to top the table going into the final day's worth of action, but it wasn't as routine as that at all, really, was it?
He walked off the stage shaking his head. Now, we've spoken about Jim McEwen being a bit of a perfectionist before, and I think we've seen that rear its head quite a bit today. And it will certainly be the case when you're in that situation where you've had a bit of time off, because then it's even worse, because you're sort of going to be in that situation where you're playing and sort of thinking, I would have done better than this in another scenario. He looks a disappointed figure, but surely when he looks at the table, he should perk himself up.
However, good recovery, because Timothy Verbrugghe got off to a flying start, didn't he?
He's been great all day, hasn't he, Timothy Verbrugghe? I've been really impressed with him. I was impressed with him yesterday. I thought he had a fantastic session, and the question marks was over, can he do it again? And I'll tell you, he was even better today. And I think that's been a real key for Timothy Verbrugghe. The finishing, incredible, 2 161s. He's had plenty of tumplers. He had the most 180s of any player. He's had 2 averages now over 100. We're watching a player blossom and really become a serious contender, not just in regards to can he qualify for Group B or how's he going to do in this group, but I'm going to start talking about him as a potential winner here, even if he doesn't. Because when you had a chat with him, he said 5th position last time, and he'll be happy just to be better than that. He's going to be well better than 5th.
He mentioned in his interview with me earlier that since the last time he's played it, he's practiced a lot more, and it's felt like that practice has made perfect.
Yeah, it has, yeah. He's really done well. I mean, what he's been doing up there on that stage just looks composed, looks calm. Not like me right now. Like, it's back again, isn't it?
By the way, in case you weren't here this morning, there's a fly in the studio which keeps swatting Matt every time he's in here.
Just attracted to me for some reason, isn't it? But Timothy attracted to the treble, he was so impressive again, and he's been doing the right things, and it gets to that point where the question is, what has he been doing? Yes, he's been practicing, but what's he been practicing? Because it's been working, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people watching this that want to know the secret formula to that level of improvement, because he's gone from being someone who's got a chance here to being a contender.
Let's talk Neil Duff. Good day for himself. However, will he feel like there was points left in the tank and that actually he could have been top of the table going into tomorrow?
I think the experienced players are going to leave here frustrated, not just Neil Duff, but Scott Taylor and Jim McEwen. But Neil Duff's had chances today, as they all have. He's just not taken as many as maybe he'd have hoped to have taken throughout the day. He's probably a player that when he looked at everyone sort of falling and stumbling today, he probably thought, I can cash this in and I can leave here top of the table. However, they're all in contention, really. You know, when we take a look at the table, we'll see that they're very tightly bunched, as have been all of the games. And I think leg difference tomorrow could be vital. So maybe an early, strong win for someone could be the deciding factor.
And part of that's down to Paul Lewis, who's had a much improved day today.
I think he played well yesterday. He just didn't get the results. Today he started getting the results. It was the doubles today that stood out the most, especially in that middle part for Paul Lewis, taking just 11 darts to win 2 matches. That is good enough against anybody in that at any level. So Paul Lewis, I said he looked good. I said he had that nice action. He just had to believe in it. And I feel like today there was a lot of trust there. And he enjoyed himself. It's so easy to be up there and to win when you're enjoying yourself. And he was playing with a big smile on his face. He should be used to being on stages due to the singing and the work he does with that. And he's just now starting to transfer that across to the dartboard.
Have you bought your Oasis CD yet?
No, but might be bringing the fly swatter. That's something we need for tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look at the table then going into tomorrow's action. Jim McEwen topping the pile, 14 points to his name, top of the table, despite having an in-and-out day, I think it's fair to say. But Scott Taylor in 4th place, he could potentially be in Group C. Him and Raman could potentially be in Group C.
And this is why I didn't like Scott Taylor at the start of the day at odds on. I thought it was a bit tight. And we're going to lose that odds tomorrow. Scott Taylor, the only day really you can back him at the odds, I feel, would be tomorrow, where you'd expect him at that sort of table position to be around about the 4 to 5 to 1 sort of mark. So maybe the backers of Scott Taylor can get involved if they still trust and believe that he can somehow turn this around. But McEwen on 14 points already. 3 wins from McEwen puts him on 20. That's the most Scott Taylor can reach. I think at the moment you've got to just side with McEwen.
Right, you go and find the best pest spray, and we'll reconvene tomorrow 9:30. Matt, thank you for your company. Thank you for your company as well. The race for Group A supremacy is going to go down to the last day. It is a 4-horse race towards the line, but it is Jim McEwen who is top of the table going into tomorrow. And we'll see you then, 9:30 a.m. Bye for now.